Welcome everybody to the July 19th, 2022 City Planning Commission meeting. It's nice to see everybody here on this very hot day that's planned. So the City Planning Commissioners look forward to hearing your project, and we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure that we address all the projects individually with the attention that they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. We also believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is virtual, and I understand this may be our last virtual one, fully virtual, that will be more hybrid starting our next meeting. We do have time limits in place for the cases that we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for applicant presentations, plus any questions by the commission. And then once we move to public comment, please limit your comments to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or a larger group. In all instances, please limit the amount of repetition. I want to continue to remind everybody we're getting closer to the end. We're starting to see drafts prepared that the city is updating the comprehensive plan titled the KC Spirit Playbook. Sections of the plan are available for review, and you can check it out on the website playbook.kcmo.gov. So as we get started here with our meeting, I asked staff to provide some ground rules and instructions as we conduct our meeting, just to make sure that we have minimal disruption and maximum clarity. So Joe, can you remind us of those rules, please?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. If you're attending today on Zoom, you are a participant in the meeting, and you're broken into one of two categories, either panelists or attendees. The panelists are the rectangles you see on your screen. They consist currently of only the commission and city staff. Attendees are everyone else. When we call your case, if you are the applicant or with the applicant's team, please go ahead and use the raised hand function in Zoom, and we will then request you to accept a promotion to a panelist position. Once you accept that promotion, you will be able to share your audio and video. If you're a citizen who's interested in testifying on a case, when the planner is giving their presentation, please go ahead and start raising your hand, and we will promote you over to a panelist position when the chair calls for the public hearing. Once you're made a panelist, please make sure that you are muted when you're not speaking, as we pick up the background noise if you're unmuted, and that can be a bit distracting. We also ask if you could to please change your screen name or username to your actual first and last name. That's very helpful for our minutes taking and for the record. And lastly, the chat feature that's in Zoom is intended for use for technical questions or where we are at on the agenda. It's not to be used to discuss a project and its merits. The proper venue for that is to raise your hand and speak during the public hearing. And that concludes my advice, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Joe. And just a reminder to everybody, I will try to do my best to keep the chat section updated with the case that we're currently working on. So with that, Joe, let's go ahead and start with our consent agenda items, beginning with those that will be continued to a future date.
We have two continuances on our consent docket, starting with C3, case number CPC 2022-00037. Request to approve a final plan in District MPD for the Origin Hotel at Berkeley Riverfront, located at Troost Avenue and Riverfront Road. The applicant is requesting this case be continued to August 2nd, and staff recommends no fee. Next continuance is docket item C5, case number final plat 2022-00027. A request to approve a final plat in District UR for property at the northeast corner of 20th Street and Broadway Boulevard for Crossroads Apartments. Staff is recommending continuance of this one to August 2nd because the applicant has not resubmitted, and we recommend no fee.
Okay. Any questions from the commission regarding continuance of docket item C3 or C5? All right, seeing none, so let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding the continuance of docket items C3 or C5, please raise your hand on the chat feature.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and close testimony then, or public testimony, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crow, I move that docket item C3 and docket item C5 be continued to August 2nd without fee.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second for continuance of docket items C3 and C5. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker.
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes in for continuance of docket items C3 and C5. Let's go ahead and take up the remaining consent agenda items, please.
Docket item C1, case number CPC 2022-00110. Request to approve a project plan for a health club and offices in District DC 15 at 407 Grand Avenue. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Docket item C2, case number CPC 2022-00108. Request to approve a medical office building in District B4-5 on about 4 acres at Woodland Avenue and Interstate 435. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Docket item C4, case number CD CPC 2022-00102. Request to approve a car wash in District MPD through a final plan process located on North Oak Traffic Way, about 200 feet south of 97th Street. Staff recommends approval with conditions. And the last case on consent, docket item C6, case number CLD, final plat 2022-00026. A request to approve a final plat in District M2-5 on about 57 acres located along East 155th Street, about 1,000 feet west of US 71 Highway for I-49 Commerce Center first plat. On this one, staff is recommending approval with conditions, and that concludes consent docket.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Any questions from the commission regarding docket items C1, C2, C4, or C6? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding these docket items that are currently open, please raise your hand on the chat feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion from the commission, please.
Chair Crow, I move that docket item C1, C2, docket item C4, and docket item C6 are approved with conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items C1, C2, C4, and C6 with the conditions stated in the staff report. So Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker.
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion is approved for those consent agenda items. All right, Joe, let's go ahead and move to our regular agenda items, beginning with those cases that are looking to be continued to a future date, please.
Sure. All right, the first continuance request on regular docket is docket number 4, case number SUP 2022-00007. Request to approve a special use permit for temporary land preparation in District R7.5 on about 107 acres at 9500 East 47th Street. The applicant is requesting a continuance of the case to August 16th. And staff is not recommending a fee. However, I think we do need to talk about the date on this before we make a motion, and I believe the applicants in the lobby, so we will admit them as part of that. Docket item 5, case number CPC 2022-00093, a request to approve a development plan with associated preliminary plat in District R 2.5 to allow for detached homes on about half an acre at 401 East 42nd Street. Staff is recommending continuance to August 16th and with no fee. Docket item 9, case number SUP 2022-00011, a request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental at 120 East 79th Street. Staff is recommending continuance of this case to August 2nd without fee. Docket item 13.1 and 13.2 companion cases, starting with 13.1, case number CPC 2020-00174, request to rezone about 9 acres from District B1-1 to District B3-3 at the southeast corner of Northwest 68th and Northwest Wacomas. And docket item 13.2, case number CPC 2020-00166, request to approve a development plan to allow for 33,000 square foot commercial development at the same location. In both cases, staff is recommending continuance to August 16th. The agenda says the 2nd, but we are recommending the 16th without fee. And the next one is companion cases, docket items 14.1, 14.2, and 14.3. Starting with 14.1, case number CPC 2022-00095, a request to consider an amendment to the Kansas City International Airport Area Plan by changing the recommended land use from residential very low density to industrial on about 290 acres in an area generally located on the north side of Northwest 128th Street, south of the extension of Northwest 136th Street, east of North Winan Road, and west of Northwest Interurban Road. The applicant is requesting continuance of this case, and staff recommends without fee to August 2nd. Docket item 14.2, case number CPC 2022-00096, a request to approve an amendment to the major street plan to realign Northwest 128th Street, Northwest 136th Street, North Ambassador Drive, and North Winan Avenue, and the addition of Northwest 132nd Street on about 2,000 acres in the area bordered by Missouri Route 92 on the north, Interstate 29 and 435 on the south, and Northwest 128th Street on the south, Northwest Interurban Road on the east, and North Bethel Avenue on the west. Staff is recommending continuance on that one, also August 2nd without fee. And the last companion case of these, case number CPC 2022-00097, request to approve a rezoning from District M1-5 and AG-R to District MPD Master Plan Development, as well as a preliminary development plan, which also serves as a preliminary plat to allow for approximately 20 million square feet of commercial office and warehouse development on 32 lots comprising about 2,136 acres at the same location previously described. On this one, the applicant is also requesting continuance to August 2nd, and staff recommends without fee. The final continuance is actually docket item 15, which is numbered on the agenda as docket item 14.4. This is not companion to the prior cases. It's a separate project, so it's just numbered incorrectly. Case number CPC 2022-00082 for Parkway Plaza, a request to approve an amendment to a previously approved preliminary development plan in District UR, which also serves as a preliminary plat to allow for changes consisting of 115,000 square feet of mixed commercial development on about 25 acres, bordered by 82nd Street on the north, Maple Woods Parkway on the south, Antioch Road or Missouri Route 1 on the east, and North Agnes Avenue on the west. The applicant is requesting continuance of this case to August 2nd, and staff recommends no fee. And that concludes our continuances.
Okay, thank you, Joe. So for commissioners, just the ease of understanding, I'm going to change 14.4 to docket item 15.0. So we can keep it separate from the other docket items. Then a couple of questions, Joe. on 14.1, 14.2, and 14.3. It's a fairly large project. I know we've had a few of those come in. It's hard for the commission to, really get through the merits of the whole project within an hour. I was kind of curious if this could be one of those that we could have a presentation on one meeting and then get into more detailed discussion on a follow-up meeting. I'm kind of seeing some heads go up and down from other commissioners in that manner. So I'm hoping that the applicant maybe can join us for a second and help us out in that manner.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to promote Patricia Jensen.
Okay.
Chairman Crowe and members of the commission, my name is Patricia Jensen here on behalf of the applicant. Yes, we know it's a large project, and I believe we would be happy to discuss it at the next meeting and then answer any of your questions, and then we can deal with it at a following meeting.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. And if we could do that, appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So then, Joe, let's go back to docket item 4. As you know, it has a quorum that's been established for that docket item. And 2 of us of the 4 will be absent on August 16th. So I'm looking to see if we can change the date of that to be continued to either the following meeting, that'd probably be the preferred. So just want to bring the applicant on for that one as well.
And I can ask Matt Barnes. I know he's going to be the planner taking over for Anna on this. She's not leaving us. She's just having a baby. So I'm not freaking out. So please don't freak out. But Matt, I believe, reached out to the applicant yesterday, and maybe he can confirm whether they're okay with it. And if the applicant is in attendance and would like to respond to this, please raise your hand.
Okay, thank you. Can't hear you, Matthew.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yeah, I actually have not sent that email yet. I was going to do that today.
Okay. Amy Grant, I believe, was representing the applicant on this case, and I believe I saw her in the list. I'm trying to find her. Anna, if you're on, do you know if Janine Smeroldo is associated with this project?
I don't recognize that name.
It's the only other person with their hand raised. I'll promote Janine just to double check, but I don't see Amy Grant in the attendance. Having said that, Mr. Chair, if the applicants, whether the applicant's in attendance and consents to it or not, I mean, it couldn't be heard on the 16th if there's no quorum. So
Correct.
I think the commission will have to continue it to a later date, regardless.
Okay.
Janine, are you associated with this case?
No, I'm just wanting to oppose the continuance on the CDC CPC 2020-00174 and the 2020-00166.
Okay. That's one of the continued items. Mr. Chair, do you want to discuss that separately from docket 4?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we're about done with docket item 4, which I'm going to suggest that we continue that to September 6th. Docket item 4. I assume that Mr. Allender and let's see, Forstein's not here this morning. That you'll be able to make the September 6th meeting.
At present, yeah, my calendar, I don't know what my calendar is on September 6th, but so yes, I will be. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. All right. Okay, any other questions from the commission regarding the docket items that are open for continuance? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If anybody is out there that would like to speak regarding continuance of docket items 4, 5, 9, 13.1, 13.2, 14.1, 14.2, 14.3, or 15, please raise your hand and you'll be in the chat feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, the only one that has raised their hand is Janine Smirolo, and she is still in as a panelist. So if she wants to unmute, she can provide testimony.
Good morning, Janine. I heard you earlier, but let's kind of start from the beginning, if you don't mind saying your name and address for the record and which cases you're wanting to speak about.
Janine Smiraldo. My address is 104 Northwest 47th Street. And I'm calling, requesting to oppose the continuance on the CDC CPC 2020-00174 and the CDCPC 2020-00166. This has been on the dockets for over 2 years, and he still doesn't have his ducks in a row. So I'm wondering why he is continuing this, other than he knows the neighborhood is opposing this. We don't want that business in the neighborhood. Everything in the surrounding area is all residential, and he's trying to change this to a B3, and no one wants it. The Wacoma Street is really not adequate for it to turn on from 68th Street. And we just want to know why he keeps on trying to continue it, other than less people are going to be interested in do this all the time, every time you guys have a hearing. And he hasn't even had the neighborhood outreach meeting, and he's had over a year and a half to do that. So the neighborhood's very concerned that he's trying to just bypass all of what he needs to do to get this passed.
Yeah, and I think that's why it's being continued, because there's still a lot of work to be done on the applicant's part before it comes before this commission. And so hopefully he's going to address all those items, especially the neighborhood meeting, before it comes to us. And so it looks like we're probably going to continue it to August 16th, which gives it a good month to get some of that work done.
Well, what happens if he does not get this neighborhood outreach meeting going? Because no one's heard anything. And truthfully, the paper that they brought around was brought last Thursday. Well, that doesn't give very many people a chance to either get off work, or if they're on vacation, to be able to get on here and do this to oppose what they don't want in their neighborhood.
Well, that's one of the things they got to have done before we will even hear the case. If they don't have that information or have the meeting, then we'll continue the case down the road until they actually have everything in place, and which we can hear it after that.
How much longer are you going to, let him drag this out without doing all the proper steps? I mean, shouldn't he need to refile? I mean, it's been almost, it's been well over a year.
I'll let Joe answer that question.
Sorry, I should just try and unmute. The applicant can request to be redocketed, which is what they've done. I think that once they request that, staff must redocket the case, which is why you've been renoticed or why it's back on the agenda. I think the commission, if they want to, when they continue this, they can ask that the applicant do certain things before they come back to CPC, but they either have to continue it off docket today or to a date certain. So a date certain does not, if it's continued to the 16th as is requested, we'll just be back here again on the 16th talking about the same things if they haven't had their neighborhood meeting yet. So if we want to ensure that they do that, The best thing to do is for the board to provide that direction. But again, if they don't do it, we still have to docket it on the 16th for the board to continue it because staff can't do that.
Okay. And how long can he continue to drag this out before he would have to refile?
There is no limit on the number of continuances that can be requested or granted by the CPC. Under their rules, they don't provide a limit for themselves. And the
Okay.
ordinance doesn't either, the city zoning ordinance.
And even though his plan to move that to a B3 doesn't meet the criteria according to your guys' land and use plan, is that going to become an issue? I mean,
That doesn't factor into whether a continuance can be granted. That's related to the merits of the project,
okay,
which have to be discussed when they're ready to be heard.
okay. All right, no problem. All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Anybody else, Joe, that would like to speak regarding the continuance of the open docket items?
I have promoted Jenny, who had their hand raised, and then after that, the last person is Tiffany Moore.
Okay. Yeah, hi, Jenny. As you take yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record. And if you can also tell us which case you're referring to, that would be very helpful.
Thank you. My name is Jenny Stinner. My address is 6650 Northwest Wacomas Drive. Janine, the lady before me, has pretty much addressed pretty much what I wanted to ask questions about and get more information on. I could add, I do also oppose the continuance of the same cases.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else, Joe?
Yeah, there was Tiffany Moore.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. My name is Tiffany Moore. I'm one of the co-chairs on the Kansas City Neighborhood Advisory Council. I'm not terribly familiar with this case, but I have a procedural question. It looks like this one is being proposed as continuance without fee. Is it possible to further incentivize this applicant to move their project along to apply fees for the continuances that they've been requesting or might request in the future?
I can just provide that staff normally recommends a fee when we have prepared a staff report and carried our water and done our work, and then the applicant requests a continuance after that. That's the reason we didn't recommend one in this case. But the commission can assess the fee if they want to. There's no rules that you guys have to follow or anything like that.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
No, that was it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony regarding the continuance of cases. Any discussion here to be had amongst the commission?
I was just going to add that I feel sympathy to some of these neighbors who feel like these cases keep going on and on, because it is so hard to log on every time and make sure that you're speaking up about the case. So I realize that we can continue cases forever, but that can be really trying on neighborhood community members.
I'm not very good at tracking how frequently we see the continuances, so I'm not inclined to continue off docket at this point, but I appreciate that people have brought it to our attention. So that way, if on this next date, for some reason it needs to be continued again, then we're aware of the issue and can potentially decide to continue it off docket at that time. But at this time, I'd kind of like to see if they can get their neighborhood meeting done in the next month.
Okay, anybody else?
And I just say to the speakers today that I don't think we've ever acted on a case that hasn't done their community engagement. So if they haven't done their community engagement, unless something dramatic is happening, we won't act on it.
Okay. With that, I think, does everybody have everything? Whoever can make the motion?
I can try. Here we go. I move to continue docket item 4 to September 6th without fee. Docket item 5 to October or August 16th without fee. Docket item 9 to August 2nd without fee. 13.1 and 13.2 to August 16th without fee, noting that they need to complete their community engagement. And 14.1, 14.2, 14.3 to August 2nd without fee. And docket item 15, which is listed as 14.4 on the docket to August 2nd without fee.
And just in docket items 14, 1, 2, and 3, with the suggestion that we have a presentation the first meeting and then actual decision the next.
Amending my motion on 14.1 and 14.2 and 14.3 to be a presentation and questions and actions be taken at the subsequent meeting decided.
Okay, I've got a motion for all of that. And I've got a second from Commissioner Sadowski. Lisa, can you take a roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Enders,
I think he might have gotten kicked off for some reason.
oh, yeah, I don't see him. Okay, Hill,
I got kicked off as well, so it might have been just something like booted us out.
weird. Okay, and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes. Is it just 4 then? Mr. Baker, I guess he was on there too, so it's 5-0 on continuance of those cases. Okay, Joe, with that, let's go back to our docket item number 1, please.
Docket item 1, case number CPC 2020-00100. A request to approve an amendment to Chapter 88 of the Kansas City Code of Ordinances, also known as the Zoning and Development Code, for the purposes of requiring public notice for certain administrative decisions. I do not have a presentation for this case today. We went over it in great detail a month ago, but this ordinance was sponsored by Councilwoman Shields, and what it accomplishes or intends to accomplish is to require the city to notify property owners within a specific distance, in this case 300 feet, of certain staff level zoning decisions of our decision. And part of the purpose of that is because those decisions that we make can be appealed. In the case of site plans, and this is just a refresher for everyone's memory, in the case of site plans, which are building permit plan reviews, though they're referred to as site plans in our code, that means that the zoning review portion, not the structural or trade review for construction related stuff, because that's in the building code, but the zoning review, which is based on Chapter 88, our decisions on that review would be appealable to the City Planning Commission. They already are. This ordinance does not change that. What it does is it provides a mechanism for people within a certain distance of the property we're conducting the zoning review on to be notified of our decision. So the likelihood that the number of appeals will increase is high. The number that you might receive on this commission, we can't really, there's no precedent for it, so we really can't give you a good idea of the number of appeals that you would receive. But they almost certainly would increase because people would be notified of our decision. There is a separate appeal process for appeals to of other zoning related decisions unrelated to building permits that go to the Board of Zoning Adjustment already. The board already takes appeals regularly. They know how to handle that process already. So I believe that last time you'll recall that we recommended that this commission consider changing the proposed ordinance language if you're wanting to support it, such that those appeals, the appeals of building permits, go also to BZA rather than coming to you. That's something that you can consider. I believe the councilwoman, the sponsor, would express an interest in potentially doing that, but she would prefer to do that with a separate ordinance. So that's a little bit of the background of that, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have about it. One other thing, you continued this so that we could have continued discussions with the council person, and we did. And that's when she did express some support for the idea of a different ordinance amendment that would shift the appeals of site plans to the BZA instead of this commission. We also provided to her some information on software solutions or technological solutions to this, because we do not have capacity at this individual staff level to do this type of notification. There are a couple software companies out there that we have had demonstrations from that would integrate with Compass KC, and people could subscribe to be alerted. We envision this as being much broader though than just these particular types of cases that we've been talking about, because people could subscribe to be alerted to almost anything, perhaps everything that the city reviews, depending upon what we want to have available to people. So this could be beneficial. This solution could be beneficial for a variety of reasons beyond just the narrow purpose of the amendment sponsored by a councilwoman and before you today. So with that, I'll stop and see if you all have any questions for us.
Okay, just a couple questions I have, Joe. First is time frame. How long do you think it would take to get the software, get it training done and implemented on the planning department's behalf?
It will depend on which software is selected. And of course, that might be subject to a process that we would have to go through. We are told by one of the two companies that we've spoken with so far does work with Compass, is owned by the same company that owns Compass KC. So we are confident that that one in particular probably could integrate faster. But I would think that they've indicated it could be a couple months or less. My history in dealing with these types of situations is it's really probably more like 6 to 8 months before where I would feel comfortable telling the public and you all that that's when we could roll it out.
Okay, so whatever time frame that is, we still are processing the same way we are today until that's implemented. Is that
well? The ordinance would have to have a delayed effective date, or else we would have to. Otherwise, it would take effect, I believe, within 10 days of passing. So that's something that if there is no delayed effective date and we don't have a software solution in place, we would have to manually do this in the meantime.
Okay. So really the hope is to kind of delay the effective date until you have the software in place and able to use it.
That would be staff's preference, yes.
Yeah, okay. You talked about the appeals, and maybe this is more for a question for the commission. Currently, they come through the CPC. The timeframe that I've been associated with CPC, I think we've only had one appeal, and that's been a long time ago. But I don't know what the commission thinks about maybe shifting that over to the BZA, who is a little bit more versed in that. They have the court reporter at every meeting. They know about testimony and swearing in and different things. So just want to kind of hear what the commission thinks on that.
My view is the BZA has the processes set up, so they've already got the methodology, the process is set up, so I've got no problem with that going across to them. I think that's a pretty efficient way to do it if they've already got it that in place.
Okay.
I think that could work. And my only thought was, is there any merit if you have a case that came through us in the same way we have quorums, that there's some basis of knowledge that we understand about that project. So when it comes back to appeal, we're able to go back to thinking how that got to that decision versus a new body examining it fresh. That may lead to more appeals being overturned, but that maybe that's how we want it. We want to have sort of a fresh perspective on it. So just pointing that out. I'm not sure if I go one way or another. I did have a question though, Joe. When does this ordinance, as it's written right now, would it notify people that request it based on by right zoning decisions, or is it just for decisions that go through? Okay. Is there a way to distinguish between those two things, like whether it's the software or whatnot?
Yeah, so there may be a way, but my understanding of the sponsor is that that's what she desires. She wants this ordinance to be able to require us to notify for any building permit with a zoning review, because the zoning decision made on the zoning review is appealable to you guys. The issue is that, and that's already in the code, the issue is that people often don't know about it because those are by right decisions. There was never a public hearing. And of course, keep in mind that I would estimate that about out of all the permits the city processes with the zoning review, maybe 10% come before the commission. So there's a huge number of these cases. The vast majority of them never have a public hearing. And in other words, they're by right decisions, by right zoning issues.
Okay. I don't know. I'm just not sure. In terms of by right, I mean, the goal would be that they already would know what would be allowed to be built there. So whatever would be built should be fairly predictable to what the surrounding land values would have estimated to be there. All of those things would have already been in place. So my inclination is to say that this is something very focused on unique decisions of the BZA and of our commission, and not by right development, but I'm open to discuss that.
Yeah, and that gets at the heart of some of the concern we expressed previously, which is it takes what is a by right situation where developers and builders and purchasers of property go into that investment with a set of expectations based upon what's in the ordinance. If it's appealed, in the case of stuff that's appealed to the BZA, they have a very narrow scope in order to make a decision. They're asked, and their scope is to decide whether staff made an error in permitting that project. So the burden of proof is on the appellant, the person who's seeking the appeal. They have to prove that staff made an error, not simply that we just don't like the decision that was made, or we don't think this is a worthy project. And so, I think that's a little bit different than the appeals that come to you guys. And again, this is already in the code, so this is not a critique of the proposed ordinance, but the appeals that come to you, the code does not provide you any guidance. It does not say that you have to determine that we made an error. It is more of a discretionary decision on your part, which in our opinion as staff dealing with these customers regularly, is it creates a considerable amount of doubt for people investing because they don't know if there is someone who's unhappy with their project or wants to appeal it. They don't know the scope of the review. It's much more broad when it's coming to you guys versus coming to BZA.
What's the hurdle for that appeal for someone to file one?
Can barely hear you, Tyler. Do you mind speaking up again?
He said, what's the hurdle for someone to file the appeal?
The code says any aggrieved person may file an appeal. So, and my understanding of that is that's a legal term with legal implications. If someone were to file an appeal, as a matter of practice for staff, if someone were to file an appeal application, whether it's to BZA or CPC, we docket it because they're appealing. It's not usually my staff's decision, but it's someone in my department. And we docket it because otherwise we're getting into a due process issue for the customer, and one where we have an interest in it. So we just go ahead and docket the case for BZA and currently, and we would for CPC as well.
Thanks, James, and sorry about that. Is my audio better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if, let's just say for the sake of example, there's a project, the storage units off of Warnell. Like if I, as a public citizen, wanted to appeal that, is that something where I just send off an email when I'm upset and then all of a sudden it puts this huge burden of work on other people? Or is there like a significant amount of work on the people who want to appeal something, so that way you all aren't flooded with a ton of appeals?
It's not as simple as simply emailing us, although people do that frequently. You do have to file an application on Compass. Having said that, it's simple to do. And then since there's really not, we do a quality control review for all of our other application types to make sure there's minimal submittal requirements provided. There really aren't minimal submittal requirements provided in the ordinance for these appeals because again, the burden of proof is on the applicant. So, and they're appealing our decisions. So it's really just if they file that application on Compass, we docket it, unless on occasion it's clear that they filed an application to appeal a non-zoning decision, in which case we call that customer up and explain to them that they filed the incorrect application and we guide them down the right path. But if it's clear that there was a zoning decision made and they're appealing that, even if they don't give us their evidence, because it's not for us to consider, it's for the board or the commission to consider, we go ahead and docket it.
So go ahead, Tyler.
Well, Kobe, do you mind if I ask a few more? I know that you were kind of on a line of questioning and we kind of derailed your line.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. The software, do you think, so in the staff report, you'd noted that in theory, someone could ask to be notified about a project, which might never come to fruition. Would the software help address that?
It could, for example, if you have a case on your agenda and someone is curious about following it along through the construction process, they can then sign up, subscribe to be alerted about the various permits and inspections and other things like that that come after the public hearing process. So that could be beneficial and helpful. And we get requests like that all the time from citizens who want to know, can you keep me updated? And of course, in a city our size with the volume we have, that's like I expressed last time, that's, we can make promises because we do want to provide that information. It's not that we don't, it's just that it's very difficult to do with the volume we have.
Yeah, this sounds like there could be a lot of benefits, but just so much to work out. So in theory, let's say in a part of the city that I cared a lot about, a developer that maybe doesn't have a background in Kansas City buys a parcel that's important to, you know, my community, and I want to follow that along. Would I be able to submit a request right away, or I'd need to wait until they've proposed some sort of project for that site?
That's a good question. You can do it at any time. So my understanding of the software solutions is a neighborhood, for example, a neighborhood president could define the boundaries of their neighborhood on this software and sign up to be alerted for everything that the city reviews, in which case they'd probably quickly change that subscription to specific types of applications. But you can do, it has that flexibility. You can sign up to be alerted for zoning applications because you might live out more than 300 feet away, and so you won't get a notice from the city or be invited to the neighborhood meeting, but you're curious about zoning decisions or zoning rezoning projects, for example. So you can sign up for that. You could sign up for tenant finish permits if you're interested in the businesses coming to your area. Or you could pick one property and just say, alert me on this property for zoning reviews only, which is probably what someone who's wanting to appeal a project would want to do, because they don't want to get bombarded with alerts. They want a specific case alerted to them.
And then my last question, which is for either Chair Crowell or you or Sarah, how do we consider the cost component? You know, we're not a body that can say the city should spend money on things. Do we just ignore that part of it?
I think you can weigh in on that, but ultimately those decisions get made by the council, and sometimes they provide funding to us for the resource, and sometimes we have to find it within our budget.
Joe, is there a difference in cost between the different layers here? So like to me, the most important layer is that 10% of projects that have some discretion of the BZA and our commission. And then there's these other projects that are by right. Is there a difference in price between getting a software to notify people for 10% versus all 100%? Is that something that you talked about with those providers?
Jared, if you're on the call, Jared was I was in one of the two demos. He was in both of them. So
Okay.
Maybe he's better prepared to answer that.
I was actually just Teams chatting you to help you, so that's perfect that you called me in. In the first one, which was a non-Tyler product, so for agency counter was the name, there would be a difference in the cost. I think for the one that we are more interested in, it would be the same regardless.
Okay.
Thanks, Jared.
Any other questions from the commission?
So, well, one, personally, I don't care about the cost. That's the council's decision, because I think they have to face the music if our budget goes out of whack. But second thing, I guess my question is to you, Joe. So the way I'm understanding this is you can appeal any decision, right? The ones that were made by right, under this assumption, everything would go to the BZA. The ones that made by right would have to be decided by the criteria of did staff make an error, and then the other 10%, which Commissioner Sadowski is saying, would give more discretion to the BZA to make a decision whether on all the different factors we take into consideration, but it would just be on an administrative level and not on, I guess, to the point of coming to CPC or something like that. Is that a good understanding of how it would work?
So what the code currently states is that staff zoning decisions related to a building permit and well, I'll just leave it at that because there's some nuance to it, but I'll come back to that. Staff zoning decisions related to a building permit are appealable to the City Planning Commission. Mm-hmm. There's very little in the way of guidance about how you guys are supposed to handle that procedurally. There are no criteria for you to really consider, or if I shouldn't say there are none. There may be some, I'd have to look that up. But if they exist, they're much more discretionary in nature. Any zoning decision that's not related to a building permit is appealable to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Okay. So that might be, for example, every day we probably get 25 calls from people saying, what is my zoning on the property, and can I use car sales on my property? That decision can be appealed, that we make can be appealed, and in that case, since there's no building permit, it's just a question we're answering, it would be appealable to the BZA. And their scope is much narrower. The person appealing that decision has to prove that we made an error when we said yes or no, the car sales is allowed or is not allowed.
Okay, so more simply put, it's if something's related to like a built structure or the built environment, it comes before us. If it's more of about a use, we would go to BZA.
Yeah, if something's
Okay.
about something that's under construction or proposed to be built, yeah.
Okay. I actually prefer that because I think a larger critique of what I think we do is sometimes whether you can put U-Hauls on your property kind of it clutters up the docket, in my opinion. So I'd much rather focus on things that are being truly built and can't be fully just temporary.
Okay, any other questions from the commission for
I've
docket
got
item number one?
One last question. I like the idea of making this process easier to engage in. My major fear, as I think about development as a whole in Kansas City, is speed and predictability. And so I know that there's been some evolution of this since the staff report was written. And so can you just summarize if anything's changed in terms of your perception of the delays that developers and builders and small businesses would experience? And I know it's hard because you're having to generalize when there's thousands of different projects, but my major fear would be that the line where it says it would shift many thousands of permits from a by right process taking weeks to an entitlement process taking months or years with no guarantee of success. And then also on top of that, the idea that something relatively simple, someone could take the time to file an application for an appeal, even though it was a by right process. Can you just talk about like how real the possibility is that a relatively simple project today might not be relatively simple a year or so from now if this is enacted?
Yeah, we don't have hard numbers because this is new, and so you know the right to appeal exists, and that's been pointed out many times. It does, and part of the reason for this notification requirement is to make people aware of the decision that they can appeal. And so I understand all that. There's value to be said in that. There's also a cost to it, and that's you've articulated that we expressed in the report. You know, if someone comes to talk to us and says, you know, and this is a very common thing that people want to know, what do I need to do for entitlement on this project? I want to build 35 apartments here. What do I need to do? In some cases, that would be, depending on their zoning district, that would be a by right development potentially, or let's say the dividing line. Let me start over. The dividing line in most districts is 20 apartment units. Anything above that typically has to come to the planning commission. Someone might say, well, what if we do 19? Do we get to go straight to building permit? The answer would be yes in many cases. And a lot of times people make those decisions because they feel that there is more certainty with that process, because they know that staff does not have discretion when we're reviewing a building permit to add on things or extend other processes and timeframes and all this other stuff. We have to follow what the code allows us to comment on. So some people make educated decisions about where to build, what to build, and how much of it to build based upon whether they have to go through a public hearing process or not. So I think the code already establishes this. So I'm not trying to say that we're creating this new process that allows people to have uncertainty or creates uncertainty. We are creating more of it though, when we would have to tell those customers, well, that a process already exists, but people are notified of it now. Customers are notified of it now. And we have also expressed that it could be used as kind of a tit for tat thing between project developers and property owners to kind of hold up projects. And we have been told that that's not accurate, that will not happen. But we actually, anecdotally, I can tell you, we get calls from people who say, can I appeal this? I don't like this project. I don't like this person. I want to appeal this. How can I stop it? So we know people want to do that. And as long as, if we're creating a process that makes them aware of the project to begin with, it's likely that's that will happen from time to time. But as far as numbers and volume, it's impossible to say. And also, it's very hard to argue against the obvious benefits of making the public more aware of what's going on in their area, if they want to know.
Joe, if I've got it right, I think we've got to go forward and for transparency to allow people to have alerts, or however that's going to be turned on and off in layers in a software package. So I think that's really, really good from my perspective. And then, talking about a more predictable process, that's why I think the BZA may be the better way to go. It is a little bit narrower, but people know what they have to put forward and they have to prove on the appeal versus a subjective. We could be here for hours as a commission trying to understand what the subjective arguments are on both sides. So I like the idea, and it really, I think, goes into Sarah's memo, that it really gives us a process to go through if it goes through the BZA. But I think the software, I don't think it's fair that staff have to do this manually. I think the software has to be purchased somehow by the council to allow that to happen. And if it doesn't, then I think we've got to rethink the whole thing. But the software package, to me, is the one it should take some workload off the staff of alerting. People have got the ability to do that manually, or automatically, but through Compass and with the software package. So that would be my view. I think BZA allows a more predictable process and people know what they have to put in front of them. And hopefully that will help streamline the process or appeal process as well. Have I got that right? That's my thoughts anyway.
Can I just ask, I know we've iterated this a bunch of times, but I'm not sure if I still understand. If it does not go to us and it does instead go to BZA, is that narrow the focus on how decisions are made, meaning that they can't be as discretionary in how they make those decisions, and that it's only based on staff error, versus if it came to us, we'd have more discretion? Does that change between who sees it, or is it just a matter of BZA having the right infrastructure with the court reporter and all of those things, but the decision making would look similar?
Sarah would probably provide the best answer.
I would say that the real issue is that the code is pretty detailed with respect to how appeals are handled at BZA. And there's really no direction at all in the code regarding appeals that are handled by CPC. So, we'd probably need to address that at a later date if the decision were made to continue to send these appeals to CPC. And I will add that, excuse me, the city is kind of looking at this holistically right now. So I do think it makes sense to move forward with this piece and come back and address that, because as you all know, you recently denied a decision on a final MPD plan, the Woodhaven project, that was appealed to City Council. And we're in kind of a similar situation there, where the code doesn't provide a lot of guidance on the procedure for City Council handling appeals. And the council, without getting into all the details, passed a resolution last Thursday to address part of that. And they discussed very briefly the desire to look at the process in more detail at a later date. So this is one of the issues we discussed with the council sponsor on this ordinance. She would like those issues to be addressed, holistically. So I expect that will happen. But really the issue for me is not so much, okay, is there going to be more discretion or not if it goes to CPC? It's that it's just not addressed at all. And in my opinion, it needs to be at some point, just like appeals going to council need to be addressed in more detail as well.
But Sarah, you feel like that could be addressed in a subsequent ordinance, or do you feel like that needs to be addressed before something like this is approved?
No, I agree with, we brought this up again with the sponsor. It was her desire to address it as we also address future appeals with council. I do think that makes sense. Now, obviously, we've got to address that appeal at council right now because that's where we are. But I agree with looking at that process as a whole instead of doing it piecemeal. So I do think that makes sense.
Frankly, I think that's kind of going down the line that I'm thinking is that this case before us is more about the notification process and how to do that. And it's brought up an issue that if we're going to do all this notification, we might have some, somebody that wants to challenge that. And so what's that procedure? And that's probably something that we need to address soon, but separate from this. Any other questions from the commission to city staff? Okay, so let's go ahead and open it up to the applicant then. Is the applicant available to discuss?
The sponsor is not on the line today, but we have two people that have raised their hand. Lawrence Goldblatt was first, and then Roxon Koch.
Can we do that once we go to public testimony?
Sure.
Okay, so the applicant's not available at this point in time, but I think you guys are kind of speaking on behalf of her and understand what her concerns are. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we've fairly expressed what her desire was. We met with her on Friday, so it was recently.
Okay. All right. So with that, let's go ahead and move to public testimony then. And so if there's anybody out there from the public that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please raise your hand in the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon in order, and we'll go from there.
I have sent a promotion request to Lawrence Goldblatt, who looks like he's joining right now.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Goldblatt. As you take yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Lawrence Goldblatt, 5811 East 52nd Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. I am a practicing architect. The proposed resolution ordinance is laudatory to councilwoman and the private sector having put their heads together. Is just marvelous. The challenge that I would hope that the City Planning Commission will solve when it undertakes its motion today, that notice is satisfied when the developer produces an affidavit saying that we sent this out and that's the substance. There's no evidence that any of the property owners within 300 feet received that notice. So I'm suggesting that this motion before you make sure that there's 2 parts to the notice, which in Black's law, there are several ways that this comes up as a valid. Either ask the developer to certify or register their notice so that the property owner actually does get. We have circumstance which is pretty traumatic, that some public engagement sessions are not fulfilled, but because nobody got notice, and so the public engagement is accepted as being fulfilling when it's not. So there are ordinances that are laying out there that claim that public engagement was accomplished and it wasn't. So this would tighten this up, and at very little expense, it would make sure that the developer is reaching the 300, the people within 300 feet. I'll try to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Goldblatt?
I'm actually curious, what does registering notice mean? I understand the certification, like certified mail. What would registering mean?
I think the distinction between the two is that someone actually signs that they received the notice. I think certified, the post office puts in its system that we did deliver. So what we're looking for is the registration to avoid the problem, which is sometimes it's on the video that nobody attended the public engagement, yet it has gotten through as being accepted. And so therefore everything flowing from that is not correct. I believe that our city ordinance conforms with the state law. But I also believe that this is necessary to make sure that due process doesn't come up as a reason for denying a city planning commission rezoning, sometime down the road. And this will come up. I mean, I know in our experience we've had this experience, so we need to close the door.
I believe this is a separate issue than what we're talking about. I think, Mr. Goldblatt, I appreciate your comments, but I think that's about the actual public engagement ordinance.
Yes.
And this is about essentially administrative decisions made by staff that can be appealed. So I think that's an interesting topic. I just don't know if that's kind of what we're discussing at the current moment.
From outside, I understand your position clearly. From as an outsider, it seems to all fit under the same umbrella. Same principle applies, that everybody needs to be acknowledged that they did receive. Therefore, they're.
Yeah, I just think that we would to make the change you're suggesting, we would have to change a different part of the development code. And that's not, I guess my point is that's not what's before us today.
Yeah, you're clear.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Goldblatt. Ms. Cope, good morning.
Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just wanted to follow up. I think really just on a couple of comments that Commissioner Sadowski had made and others joined in and was pointed out, but I think there truly is the distinction between those things that are appropriate for appeal to BZA to review whether or not the staff made a decision that was in error under the code in interpreting the code, and then the decisions that really are left to staff, which are discretionary. I just want to highlight a couple of those to be in the forefront of everyone's mind as we go forward and review this further as to whether or not what other changes there may need to be in the code, and which body would be most appropriate to review those. And when it comes to those things that are discretionary, such as an amendment to a development plan. So there are certain things under the code that says that if it is if it meets these thresholds, then, or doesn't exceed these thresholds, then it is a minor amendment. If it exceeds those, then it's a major and it would come back to you anyway. But there are certain things, even on a minor amendment, that perhaps, again, that's discretionary for the staff to review. And I think those are things that seem to be appropriate that they come back to the City Planning Commission, because as Commissioner Sadowski had mentioned, you're more familiar with the plan and evaluating things through that lens versus just, is it an error in the code? Second is one of the things that's to the forefront that was discussed at the last, when this first came before the City Planning Commission, were those alternative compliance parking arrangements. those, I believe, are discretionary of the Director of City Planning Commission to make those decisions. Those can be very impactful on other development in and around the area. And I think that is potentially of great concern. Again, better suited, we believe, to go before the City Planning Commission and to remain a discretionary review, looking at all the factors and whether or not what those long-term effects may be of an alternative parking arrangement. And again, I just wanted to reiterate that as an attorney that largely practices, represents developers, speed and certainty is important. And I certainly recognize that, but there are cases in which it is a legitimate concern of other developments in and around the area that these things are looked at holistically and ensure that perhaps the City Planning Commission get another chance to take a look at something that otherwise might be overlooked. And again, from a discretionary lens. And again, I think luckily I've had the opportunity to be involved in this with the sponsor in the discussion and what brought this to her attention, and then the request for my involvement. And it's been great working with staff. It sounds like they found an excellent possibility for software that would be even broader than what this proposed code amendment would address. And again, appreciate everyone's time and efforts in taking a look at this, and look forward to continuing that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
No, that's it.
Okay. With that, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. I guess any other discussion on this we should have, Sarah, other than just keeping separate notification versus appeals?
Yeah, I mean, that would be my recommendation, but obviously it's up to you ultimately.
Okay. If there's no discussion by the commission, then I'll entertain a motion, please.
I just wanted to say that I feel like I'm going to vote no on this, just because I feel like this is about notifications, and I get that that's separate from this entirely other conversation around the appeals process, but notifications are to put eyeballs on the appeals process. And if the appeals process, though it is currently enacted today, is flawed, I think that just makes for a more frustrating process for the community, for the staff, for everyone involved, if we haven't quite gotten our ducks in a row in terms of how the appeal is going to work. So my preference would be to work through the appeals process, get it in a way that we feel comfortable, whether things go through BZA, the commission, if it varies based on by right development versus things that we've seen at the commission level or at the BZA. I feel like that's probably a larger conversation, and that once that feels like the process is in place, the notification piece seems like a no-brainer. But I hesitate to approve notifying a lot of people. I know everybody loves those notifications, but particularly if there's not a distinguishment between something that was by right versus something that came to us, I think people wouldn't understand that a by right development may not be the right place to voice an appeal if there was certainty of what was going to happen on that site. So I'm just concerned for the staff's level of involvement for this, and the discouraging nature that it could pose to anyone who tries to join in through the appeals process and realize that it is very sort of shaky in terms of how that rolls out. So just wanted to put that out there. I respect everyone's kind of opinion on that, but I just am not comfortable with it yet.
From my perspective, I think, the software has to be in place before. So it's, to Joe's point before, it needs to be delayed. It can't be after it's approved and it's 10 days and then you've got I don't know, it's 8 months or 2 years to get the software into place when you go through the process. and get it up and working is the other thing that we all have issues with. So I think I'm fine to go ahead and approve certainly the notification, but based on that software has to be in place before that happens. And I think that then would allow us to work through maybe how it doesn't go through BZ Board of Zoning Adjustment, or does it go to the CBP? But I think we'll have time to look at that at the end of the day. But I don't want to delay in looking at the software package, getting that going, because that's just going to take, if it's 8 months, it's 8 months away still. So there's a bit of time to work through some of the other details.
Is there a way that we could stipulate that as part of it, that maybe the software does not get adopted fully and enacted until the appeals process has been fully reviewed or something? I'm open to that if that's sort of fast tracking it. In the meantime, I just want to make sure that those notifications don't go out before we've had a discussion about is the appeals. I know that was mentioned in the staff report that the appeals process may need to be amended. So I'd like that to happen before we get the notifications out. Sorry, Tyler, go ahead.
No, I think your order of operations is right. I fully agree that this type of notification, transparency, ability for people who care about their community, but maybe don't have the time or the knowledge to weigh in, this will be helpful. This will be a good tool. So I'm supportive of it in theory. I would like to think that staff will work towards this without us passing anything, and that they've already looked into this notification process, and that could happen, and that the appeals process can be reviewed. I have very little interest in the appeals process through CPC. I fully understand that there needs to be due process for people. But I am more supportive of the BZA's narrow approach, and I'm not interested in adding more complexity to, or really just potentially delaying processes and relitigating things again and again. And that's what I'm most fearful of. But I'm supportive of the idea. I would like to think that we can do this again without passing anything today, and that staff can work on this notification process, and that simultaneously people can work on the review process. I don't think we need to rush into something that's going to be as impactful and as sweeping as this, having only talked about it for a few hours over a month.
So I guess with that, Tyler, I'm trying to understand, you're okay with the notification, but not necessarily going into effect for a period of time until the notification software process is set up?
Yeah, I think following what Commissioner Allender said, I'd be more supportive approving something that has a pretty generous timeline that says not to be done until staff feels that this is sufficiently set up and the software is sufficiently set up so we don't run into issues. But and the hope would be that that timeline also allows for the appeals process to be nailed down completely. So that way, in terms of what Commissioner Sadowski had says, that our order of operations is correct.
So I think there's a couple of things we can do. One, we can make the recommendation to approve the special purpose amendment, and then with the recommendation that the time frame that takes place or that's enacted be a certain time period. I mean, that has to be in the ordinance, so that's not really it's a separate recommendation, right? That council's going to have to decide on. But I think the second thing is on the appeals process. I think what I'm worried about, one, I favor a more narrow approach of BZA, but I also think that I think we should give ourselves, or the BZA, I guess I don't want to overprescribe the appeals process, and I think we're also thinking potentially in like kind of doomsday scenarios where everyone files an appeal, which I don't necessarily think is going to happen. I think there's a potential, but there's always potential. So I guess my recommendation, or what I would want to support, is passing this out, because as someone who reads like all the council documents, I really appreciate the transparency, and I think I think people just want to stay informed. And then I think we can put a recommendation that council take into consideration the implementation of software before the implementation date.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like to me that that makes sense. The notification process, I think it's great to have that transparency, but any appeal process, it just needs to be looked at. I'm not in agreement that it all needs to go through BZA, because there's very distinct lines of which the BZA does, as well as the codes department, as well as the planning commission. And so I just think that might need to be looked at in a little bit more detail, just to kind of vet that through before the software goes into place, notifications go into place. That's my opinion.
So Sarah, could we make a recommendation to approve the amendment with two separate recommendations of one, to take into consideration the software implementation when the effective date is decided upon, and then two, to recommend, I guess, a resolution from council to explore the appeals process that would be affected by this?
Sure, yeah, you could do that. And then it would be up to council. I would say it's not all that unusual to not that it happens all the time, but it's not all that unusual to have a delayed effective date on something like that. It'll be up to them, but yeah, I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Commissioner Baker, are you comfortable with something that's a little bit more firm than recommending the consideration of software, and something more firm that says until software is, deemed ready by staff?
I don't think we have that power. I think we're voting on the literal text amendment, and so I think that's the challenge, right? I think we would adding the recommendation as well as staff's testimony or whatever in front of council should give them enough interest to make sure it works before they roll it out. So, but I don't. Sarah can correct me, but I don't think we have that power to add that to, and I don't think it would be appropriate in the actual text amendment.
Right, but you can recommend, that it have a delayed effective date to city planning staff time to implement the software, or however you guys want to word that. That's fine.
I think we should do that. I think it's a complete disaster if we don't have the software in place before we put the amendment into notification. We're just going to put so much workload on staff. So I think the delay has to happen until software is in place.
I'll support what you all want to do, but otherwise I would just say, why even pass anything today then? Just go ahead and let's have staff start looking into this, and then the text amendment can come forth in a year when the software is set up and we can approve it then.
So I was going to ask the question, but I think Tyler just answered it. So the software has not been identified yet?
Options have been identified, but not the exact software yet.
Okay. Research is being done. Okay.
Yeah, two of them have been selected, but not necessarily fully vetted out yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Joe, what do you think about that? Can we just move forward? Could we not vote on it today and move forward with you continuing to research the software, determining the budget for that, while we're also trying to get something on the docket to review the appeals process? Like, can we continue to move this ball forward without voting specifically on this ordinance today? Or
yeah, you could vote to continue the ordinance and initiate a text amendment. You're one of three entities that can initiate a text amendment. The city council and the planning director are the other two. And then you could initiate it by directing us to start that process of creating a separate amendment related to the appeals.
Okay, so I guess my concern is we know how long all this stuff takes. I think kind of putting a deadline or recommending a deadline, I think is important, whether it's delayed for 6 to 8 months, but I think kind of stalling for the notification part, I don't think is, I mean, I think you can do both. That's just my perspective. But I do think we can, if that's the case, there could be a few different motions, right? It's the one approval with the 2 recommendations, and then the second one is a motion, and maybe that's a separate case, I don't know, or that we recommend them to staff to initiate a text amendment regarding the appeals process.
I think I'm fine either way.
Can you repeat the second one?
Well, it would be a direction to staff to initiate a text amendment regarding the appeals process. So you have them concurrent. And so we don't have to wait for council or anything, but we can, as Joe said, we have the power to initiate a text amendment related to the appeals process. So we can do what we want to do and just do it today.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable with that.
Okay, I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 1 on the text amendment with the recommendation to council to create a delayed effective date to implement, to fully implement a software solution for the text amendment. And then the second one is to, I guess it's the other motion, which would be, or the other. So delayed effective date for the text amendment. And then the second recommendation is for staff to implement a text amendment for the appeals process related to the notification amendment.
Okay, so if I understand, the motion is to approve the notification process with a date of execution to be established by council, but hopefully it's delayed for a period of time after they're able to establish the software. And then as part of that same motion, then would be to direct staff to review and amend, if necessary, text on the appeal process of said notification.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I'd second that.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
and Beasley, will you be a part of this vote or no?
I'm thinking since I came in the middle, should I abstain and wait for it to come back?
Yeah.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm abstaining for now.
Okay. Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes again for approval of the notification process with the council establishing the date which it goes into place, with it being delayed for a period of time so they can establish the software. And then the second piece of that would be to recommend that the staff look into the appeal process and make text amendments accordingly if needed. Okay, all right. Thank you. So moving on now to docket item number 2, please.
All right, docket item 2 is case number CPC 2022-00065. Request to approve a rezoning from District R 0.5 to District B2-2 to allow for a restaurant to be reestablished at 707 West 47th Street. Anna Naniski is the staff planner.
Thank you. As mentioned, docket item number 2 focuses on CD CPC 2022-0065. The site is located at 707 West 47th Street. Currently, the property is zoned R0.5, and the applicant is proposing to rezone the site to B2-2, and that is to reestablish a restaurant and add some additional signage to the subject site. The site is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, specifically on the Country Club Plaza. So as you can see, this is a close-up of the subject site, the Unity Temple on the Plaza religious assembly use at the intersection of Jefferson Street and West 47th Street. So for some further reference points, the formerly approved Nordstrom site is to the south, and then we have a bulk of the Plaza shopping area to the east. This is a look at the subject site from Google Street Maps. You can see the church in question. It's been there for a significant amount of time. And the review criteria for a rezoning is listed on the screen. I'm not going to go into all of the details, but just highlight a few relevant items. First being review criteria number A, is it in conformance with adopted plans or planning policies? So the mixed use community land use is consistent with the Midtown area plan, as well as the intensity designator. So the -2 portion of this rezoning request is consistent with the Plaza Bowl overlay district. This limits buildings to be 45 feet in height. And something that is not up for consideration today that I just want to mention is historic preservation or the historic registry, because this site is currently not listed on a national or local registry. So some more items about the Plaza Bowl overlay district. Though I said the B2 designator is consistent with the Plaza Bowl overlay district, it does appear that this site is excluded from those requirements. So as you can see, there's a little hole in the map, and that is the Unity Temple Church right here. However, you can see some of the properties that are required to be within the Plaza Bowl overlay district and have the height restrictions. It is adjacent to the 45-foot buildings. So like I said, this is consistent with the recommendations proposed to the Plaza Bowl overlay district, and another map supporting that 45-foot height limit. And review criteria number E, the suitability of the subject property for the uses under the existing zoning regulations, versus the proposal. So traditionally, religious uses are identified with the R designation because of its incorporation into neighborhoods. This is a unique situation where there's a church in a commercial district, so the R designation isn't necessarily appropriate, as well as the fact that religious uses in churches don't really function the same anymore. They tend to want to cite more uses on their property and advertise themselves in a specific way, which isn't consistent with the R zoning. And there is currently a large mix of uses in and around the Country Club Plaza. Some designations being B4, which are more intensive than the B2 district. So this isn't suggesting anything egregious for the area. To get into more specifics about that, currently zoned R0.5, that permits things like household living, group living, public and civic uses like the church. Bed and breakfast could be cited there with an SUP. They could also have funeral services and an office with an SUP. That's all can take place right now, as well as having the height limit of 120 feet. So the R.05 has quite a high height limit maximum. Whereas rezoning to the B2-2 still allows the household living, the group living. Bed and breakfasts are permitted now. Small indoor entertainment venues are allowed. Office uses are permitted, as well as establishing that eating or drinking establishment. Some might be familiar with the restaurant that did occur on this site. I should have touched base about this at the beginning of my presentation, but the applicant nor the city could find any proof of how that restaurant was legally established at the time. So we are just bringing the site into a place where they can reestablish that use. And as I mentioned extensively before, that the height maximum for a property on the B2-2 site is 45 feet, which is consistent with the Plaza Bowl overlay district. And B4-5, which is a zoning designation that surrounds this property, has quite a bit of uses that can go within the zoning designation: household living, group living, public and civic uses, bed and breakfasts. Opens it up to more types of entertainment venues. This would require a special use permit if located on the ground floor of the plaza. Offices, hotels, artisanal food and beverage manufacturing, and eating or drinking establishments. There is no height maximum for a B4-5 if it's not located within the Plaza Bowl overlay district. So some of these sites do have a height restriction, but I just wanted to compare and contrast the B2-2 versus the B4-5, that actually the B2 designation that this client is requesting is limiting their uses and height to something that is quite compatible with what is existing on the plaza. And the final review criteria H, this is in the benefit of public health, safety, and welfare. We do think that the rezoning supports the existing use and allowing them to operate in a way that is more appropriate for how religious assembly uses want to operate in these modern times. And there is a letter of support attached to the staff report that you can review to understand some of the public's perspective on this case. So in light, city staff recommends approval, and 3 additional letters of support did come in after the deadline required for submitting for the staff report. Those are attached to Compass KC for your review as well. So that concludes my staff report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission to city staff?
I have a few questions. I'm supportive of this rezoning, and it's nice when we don't have to think about something theoretically and we can remember what it used to be and know what it's going to be like going forward. But that said, what's the square footage and how many patrons are anticipated could fit in this restaurant?
That's a question better for the applicant.
Okay. And then was parking figured out? Like where's parking for this restaurant for both patrons and for staff who work there?
I am under the impression that the church currently has a parking agreement with the Country Club Plaza, and they would also reestablish that parking agreement when they site the restaurant into the space. They would need to accommodate more parking when they cite that use.
Is that something we could see before approving this? Since I think it was a month ago, we had a case that there's a lot of contention about the parking, and it seemed to be something that about a dozen people spoke about. And now this is a restaurant use. So I think if possible, I'd love to see what the parking arrangement is beforehand. Very supportive of it, but feel as though if we're gonna consider parking at lots adjacent to this one, we should consider parking for this use as well.
Yeah, again, I only have the materials associated with the rezoning, so the applicant can answer that question as well.
Okay, any other questions for city staff? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant to the case. So I take it, Ms. Martin?
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm looking at the square footage. I do have it. It wasn't something that I put in front of me, so I'm hoping that my associate will email me, or Duke Tufty can email me again the square footage. It's pretty extensive. With respect to the parking, We have a private arrangement in the parking garage that is just to the west of Unity Temple. That we had that same arrangement when Eden's Alley was located in the lower level of the church. The square footage to be used by a restaurant and or a culinary school with a restaurant option. The culinary school would be based more on vegan and vegetarian, which is consistent with the spiritual goals of the church. And I don't know, Duke, do you have the square footage on the top of your head?
I think it's the restaurant itself, not counting the kitchen, is approximately 1,500 square feet.
But that's not, the whole square footage of the church is substantially larger than
Oh,
that.
70,000.
Yeah.
Just for some pleasantries, do you mind stating your name and address for the record and how you represent the church?
Oh yeah, I am so sorry. Rebecca Martin. I'm an attorney at McDowell, Rice, Smith and Buchanan. I represent Unity Temple on the Plaza. Our address is 605 West 47th Street, Suite 350, Kansas City, Missouri, 64112.
Okay. And Duke?
Yeah, my name is Duke Tufty. I'm the Senior Minister CEO of Unity Temple on the Plaza, been here 31 years. And in regards to the parking, I have a long history of that. When the church opened 73 years ago, there's an arrangement with the Plaza to use parking to the south of us. Later on, Sears took over that space and they allowed us to use their parking space. And with the recent Nordstrom development, where we lost 220 spaces, an arrangement was made with the Plaza to provide us with parking.
And again, very supportive of the rezoning. Is it a formal arrangement? I just had recently been trying to learn about parking on the Plaza. I'm a tenant on the Plaza, and as I understood it, there were not formal relationships with anyone for parking besides Plaza tenants.
I would say it's a handshake deal that dates back 73 years.
Gotcha. Great. I think that's wonderful. That's the way it should. I mean, I think there's plenty of parking in the Plaza, and I'm glad that you all have a handshake deal, and you all are a tremendous asset to the community there.
Well, one of the criteria is that when people come to Unity Temple, it's usually for a short stay, hour, maybe 2 hours at the most, and then they go off to the Plaza to either shop or eat at a restaurant someplace. So we're collaborate with each other as neighbors, and we don't have any problems at this point.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
I guess I had a question for staff now that we have some information. I guess I mean, this is a historic structure, so technically there's probably not a parking requirement, but just for like 1,500 square feet in a restaurant, would that be what, 12 spots or something like that?
Well, of that seating area is probably about 700 square feet.
Okay.
And then there is a cooking station for the culinary school that's going in, which is great, and that'll feature 8 to 10 students at a time. And the other part is takeout, and there is parking to the east of the building for temporary in and out space.
Okay. I'm trying to just orient myself to like the magnitude, which I don't think is very big, but I just want to see what the code would require if it was a new building.
And that footprint is significantly smaller than what it used to be. Is that correct? Because the Eden's Alley that I remember was like a pretty large space. Is it smaller than it used to be?
Well, it is. There's basically 4 quadrants, so to speak, in that space. And Eden Alley had 1/4 of that. Now they would build out and use the community space in the middle when their crowds got up, but that was on a reservation only basis.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 2, please raise your hand on the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
No one is raising their hand.
Okay, so go ahead and close testimony or public testimony then. Anything else to add, applicants, on this project?
No, I don't believe so. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll go ahead and close all testimony. If there's something to discuss amongst the commissioners, let's do that. Otherwise, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket item number 2 without conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2. Lisa, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for approval of the project, and thank you for bringing it in. Good luck as you move forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Joe, let's move to docket item number 3, please.
I'll read the ad. I'm not sure where Joe is right now. So docket item number 3, case number CD CPC 2022-00094. This is for the Main Street around the 36 block area ABC building tax incentive plan. This is a request to approve said urban renewal plan, declaring that the area is blighted in need of redevelopment pursuant to the LCRA approval on about 2.4 acres, which associates to roughly around 8 parcels, generally located at 3244 Main Street and 3634 Main Street. And I am the staff planner for this project. And typically these presentations are given by the EDC. So I'm going to promote Bob Long.
Okay.
And Bob, would you like Patrick to also be promoted as well?
Yes, please.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Long.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Robert Long. I'm the Senior Development Services Specialist with the Economic Development Corporation, here today on behalf of the Land Clearance Redevelopment Authority to talk about this proposed urban renewal plan. Anna, can you advance the presentation?
The red presentation that was submitted through your applicant request, or the one that was sent to me the other day?
Well, I think Pat sent you one yesterday.
Yep. Okay. So I'm having some technical difficulties where my Outlook has shut down and I can't reopen it. Do you have access to the PowerPoint?
Pat may have that. In the meantime, Pat, I may go ahead and give a brief overview, and then you can talk about the blight study.
Okay.
Okay, so the proposed Main Street ABC and 36 block urban renewal plan is located in the Midtown area. It's all on the west side of Main Street. Consists of 2 separate areas. The areas are not contiguous. The first set is project area A and consists of 3240 Main Street and 3244 Main Street. 3240 is a 3-story white building, formerly home of the Anderson Electric Car Building. And 3244 Main Street is often referred to as the ABC Storage Building. The 3600 block portion of this plan is referred to as Project Area B and consists of the former National Guard Armory building, which often people refer to as the silo building because that's the sign on the side of the building. And then the adjacent commercial properties to the south to the corner of 37th Street, along with parking lots that face onto Baltimore Avenue on the back side of that. There are 8 parcels altogether. At least 2 of those are, well, probably 4 of those are surface parking lots. And yeah, both portions of this urban renewal plan are in a distressed census tract, which caps the potential tax abatement at 10 years, 70% abatement. However, historic tax credit projects are eligible for 10 years at 100% of the increased taxes potentially being abated. Historic tax credit projects are also exempt from the city's prevailing wage and the affordable housing requirement. Our applicant or proponent for this is Exact Landmark LLC, which is affiliated with Exact Partners, which has done a number of projects in the Midtown and Troost corridor areas. Project Area A, which has the ABC storage and the Anderson electric car building, they're proposing historic rehabs of those buildings into mixed use. Properties with a total of 50 to 60 apartments and about 4,100 square feet of commercial space, I believe, on the rooftop of the Anderson electric car building. Project Area B, which has the former National Guard building, will be rehabbed into commercial and multifamily uses. The parking lots on the backside of this, on the Baltimore Avenue side, will have 8 townhomes being constructed. And then the other properties that run down to the south to the corner with 37th Street will be redeveloped with about 10,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space and approximately 132 apartments above. I believe there'll be an outdoor plaza patio area adjacent to the Armory building, along with some surface parking and potentially some underground parking as well. And Starrett Urban LLC, or Pat, did the blight study, so I can turn it over to Pat.
Thank you, Bob. Anna, do you have the presentation? I can do it if you need to share the screen with me.
You can share your screen.
Okay.
My Outlook is still broken.
Let's see. As Bob mentioned, this is 2 non-contiguous areas that are within the proposed urban renewal plan. The first, as you can see there on the left, consists of 2 parcels, the ABC storage building located just south of Linwood, and to the north of it is the 3-story Anderson Electric Car Company building. Project Area B, which is in the 3600 block of Main Street, you see on the right, is really anchored by a building already on the National Register, the National Guard Armory building, that consists of 3 stories then as well. The 2 buildings that are in Project Area A, predominantly deterioration of site improvements qualifies the 2 buildings as blighted, primarily the windows, which are in very poor condition, concrete structure, failure of finishes, which is predominantly deterioration by means of a lot of water intrusion into the 2 buildings, building systems, including life safety systems of signage and lighting, And then sidewalks and surface parking have also deteriorated within the project area. You can see this is the front of the Anderson Electric Car Building there on the left, and the rear of the building there on the right with exposed steel rebar, which is fairly consistent throughout that building. The windows are also in very poor condition, as you'll see here in just a second. That's also within the Anderson Electric Car Company building with a lot of water intrusion, deterioration of plumbing, and deterioration of the windows, as you can see there on the right as well. And then finally, with the Anderson Electric Car Company, this is the real reason why you can't see these windows is the corrugated aluminum cladding that's been placed on the building on its north side. This is what you would see if that wasn't there. And obviously that's been put in place so that the owner doesn't need to deal with the expense, what would be tremendous expense of replacing these very large windows on the north side of the building. Lintels are also deteriorating the concrete structure within the building. There's also asbestos within the building that was seen during our inspection. On the ABC building, it's largely water intrusion and failure of finishes. As you can see here, this damage is viewed not only on the 6th floor, the top level, as well as damage to the walls, but really throughout the entire building. Altogether, both properties exhibit insanitary or unsafe conditions, deterioration of site improvements, as well as the existence of conditions which endanger life or property by fire and other causes. That's primarily the life safety signage and lighting that does not exist in either building, as well as the asbestos. Both parcels obviously have at least one blighting factor, and it is a predominance. Project Area B with the National Guard Armory, as you can see here, and yes, it was home to Silo until about the mid to late 90s when it closed. It's been largely vacant since then. To the south are 3 small retail tenants, including the Black Company. The local Shop Local KC is also here, as well as the Crack Black Coffee Brewing Company. It's a roastery that's located there within the strip as well. Also there, as you can see on the left, is the Cash America Pawn. Its lease will be ending before the end of the year. All 3 of these other tenants that exist within the strip will likely be on the ground floor of the Armory building when the renovation of that building is complete. And as I mentioned, that building is already on the National Register, and it will need to start renovation before the end of the year so that it can utilize the tax credits that come along with that designation. There are a few other surface parking lots, as Bob mentioned. There's one fronting on Baltimore, which you see on the right. That will be used in the future for the Armory building. The surface parking lot that you see on the left, which is in poor condition, primarily serves the pawn shop. It's 37th Street that you see right there on the far left. Deterioration of site improvements, again, was the predominant blighting factor in Project Area B. That's windows, failure of finishes, lack of building systems, sidewalks and surface parking and fences within the area. The Armory has a number of windows, as you can see, that are broken, that need to be replaced or have been boarded. You also have an entrance door that's been replaced by a roll-up overhead door. A lot of failure of finishes on the side of the building, on both sides of the building. And then on the interior, you can see where there's been quite a bit of deterioration of finishes, of drywall, of building systems that are not functional and just not operable throughout the Armory. On the right is an alley that exists between the strip retail and the Armory building. There's no lighting. There is graffiti, a lot of peeling paint, a lot of liquor bottles that are smashed on the pavement. Not a real safe place. The back of the pawn shop you can see there on the left. Parking lot condition. This is in back of the retail strip and the pawn shop in poor condition, as well as the ramp that actually in back of the retail goes up to the 2nd floor of the Armory building. That's in front, on the left, in front of the retail strip with deterioration of the surface parking and sidewalks. And then you see the condition on 37th Street. This is on the south side of that surface parking at 37th and Main. The sidewalk is in very poor condition, and there's no curb, in fact, for a good distance of that property. Altogether, of the 6 parcels that are located in Project Area B, 5 exhibit insanitary or unsafe conditions, 6 satisfy deterioration of site improvements, and 2 of them exhibit existence of conditions which endanger life or property by fire and other causes. All 6 parcels exhibit at least 1 blighting factor, and 3 of them exhibit a predominance of blighting factors. The surface parking lot does not have a predominance of blighting factors that fronts Baltimore, but the other 3 parcels do. Altogether, consolidated numbers of the 8 parcels all have at least 1 blighting factor, and 5 have a predominance of those blighting factors. All of which leads to an economic liability within the project area, reduced negligible income that's brought about by very low assessed values that range anywhere from $0 a square foot, such as the surface parking lot there at 37th and Main, to roughly about $10 a square foot. The retail properties actually see about $16 to $25 a square foot, but altogether they are only about 8 to 20% of comparable properties within the neighborhood. That neighborhood boundary is from 31st to 39th and between Broadway and Gillum. And so these properties are very low assessed per the county in the area. With that, we believe there's enough here to make a finding of blight and recommend doing so for the Main Street Urban Renewal Plan area. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And Chairman Crowell, I just need to point out that the Land Council Redevelopment Authority has in fact already made a finding of blight and recommends its approval to you and to the City Council. And do want to point out that this is an urban renewal plan. Individual projects will be brought forward separately at a later date for consideration by the LCRA.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant regarding the blight study and project?
Could you go back 1 slide?
Sure.
Gotcha. And so those, you're saying the retail properties assessed values, that's like the value if someone were to purchase the property it's being valued at $16 to $25 a foot?
Yes, and these are on the site improvements, and those are numbers from the county assessor.
Okay, thanks. I don't think, I can't recall many projects we've seen where there were active businesses in an area where it was, we're determining whether it was blighted or not. The vacant buildings absolutely seem to fit the qualifications of things that we've reviewed in the past. Can you help me think about how we should be evaluating this? Because when I see or hear graffiti, peeling paint, no lights, liquor bottles, to me that describes a majority of the Crossroads and part of Midtown. And so would that be correct that most of Midtown and the Crossroads is blighted and incentives could be sought for buildings that already have tenants?
Well, I think in this case, though, one of the things that I didn't mention is that these tenants, these were empty properties, but these tenants are on month-to-month leases. The blight, it's hard to argue with the economic value of these properties just because of the condition of these properties. I mean, comparing them to other areas of Midtown that have also been declared blighted, and that these are at the very low end of the economic spectrum when compared to those other properties. You know, as I mentioned here, they're only making up about 8 to 20% of the economic value of other comparable properties within the neighborhood. And so because of the condition, the cost to renovate these buildings or to redevelop these properties is what is the reason for the blight and the reason for the need for the public assistance in redeveloping those areas. So that
And
they'll.
with that assessment, the retail properties is $16 to $25 a square foot for, again, occupied buildings. Is that prior to them being occupied, or is that post having paying tenants in there?
I know most, if I recall, a few of the tenants didn't move in until after the 1st of this year. So on some of that, that would be while they were still vacant. Or
yeah, to me, that doesn't feel like it's a very accurate assessment of the retail properties if there are active tenants in there. So it seems a little misleading to me.
I think that I get the historic buildings. I understand that those are blighted. I think the challenge is, are all these other pieces blighted? And I think to Commissioner Andrews, I think it just feels like they're unimproved. They're not necessarily blighted. And so I think I would have a hard time approving the entire plan as it is today. I mean, if you came back and said the 2 historic buildings, I'd be all for that. But I think and considering that they may be 8 to 20% of comparable locations, but that's fine. But the potential for these sites are tremendous, given the streetcar. And so I think as it stands today, I'll be recommending, I'd vote no on the recommendation.
Mr. Sterrett, can you stop sharing your screen so we can see everybody, please?
Absolutely.
Yep, thank you.
To follow up, could you explain why these are all packaged the way they are? Because again, when I think about how 4 of the 8 parcels are vacant parking lots that are unimproved, I mean, I feel like it'd be so easy to go find a ton of parking lots that then qualify as blighted based upon these qualities, and then you pair it next to a building that's occupied, and all of a sudden you can go chase incentives for something that it doesn't seem like it's the intended use of this. But I also realize that I am not very educated in the way this works. So could you try to convince me as to why these should all be packaged together?
Well, 5 of the 8 parcels are associated with the historic properties. The historic properties include the ABC building and the Anderson Electric Car Company building. Both right now, which are under consideration of being listed on the National Register and should be known here soon from the state as to whether or not that's the case. The other building, the Armory, will need parking, as do the ABC and the Anderson Electric Car Company building. The project area A area will be parked primarily across the street and in back, along with other properties that they're in conversations with as far as leasing parking spaces for the use of those buildings. The Armory needs the parking area there to the west on Baltimore for its uses, which will be mixed use, both multifamily and commercial, and cannot provide, wouldn't be able to access any parking that would suffice for the feasible redevelopment of that property otherwise. The strip retail and the pawn shop and the parking lot, I think without question, the parking lot certainly that's there at the corner of 37th and Main is blighted. In fact, its improvement market value per the county is 0. And there aren't too many of those, not too many of those around. It's clear that it's in bad shape and needs some help. So that leaves the pawn shop and the strip retail. You know, there's some blighting elements, I think, as you showed in the photos of blight. They may not be, you know, the dominant blighting factors in this urban renewal plan like the historic buildings and the associated properties are, but still we think are critical to the redevelopment of the area as a whole. And under the statute, not every single property within an urban renewal plan needs to be declared blighted in order for it to be included within a redevelopment plan. And so I think that's why with a more holistic approach to that block, you'll see that there's more value brought to the redevelopment. The assistance will actually allow for affordable housing, especially there at 37th and Main. Probably not any kind of structured parking. We'll probably need to utilize surface parking. Otherwise, the affordable housing becomes very difficult to achieve. So that's why I think all 8 properties have been included within this draft urban renewal plan and is necessary for some kind of feasible redevelopment to take place.
Mr. Sterrett, Mr. Long said that there was the affordable housing ordinance was not applicable to this plan in the presentation, which is true because it's historic, but that doesn't speak to like the intent of the project and the, I guess, the legal binding nature of affordable housing.
Right, and so as you take a look at the portfolio that Exact has within the Midtown and the Truist Corridor areas, what you'll see is that the units, while not conforming precisely to the affordable housing ordinance that the city passed, I believe it was in 2021, all of their units fall within a 60, 70, and only a few at 80% AMI as far as affordability. Most of those smaller units, the studios and the 1-bedrooms, are all in that 60 to 70% AMI, maybe even a little bit lower in some cases. And then the 2-bedrooms, there'll be some of those that would also be kind of in that more in that 70% AMI. And that's not 10% or 20% of the units, that's 100% of the units. That's going to be the average for all of those units within those projects. So even though there's no requirement that they provide affordable housing within those projects, certainly workforce housing and some affordable housing at certainly at the 60% AMI would be provided in those projects.
Commissioner Baker, with regard to the affordable housing inclusion requirement, we have not, other than LIHTC projects, we've not had any developers who've been able to meet the criteria of the affordable housing inclusion ordinance, because nobody can make the 10% of the units at 30% of AMI work. So, this developer has a good track record of making units affordable at 60 and 70%.
And I appreciate that. And I appreciate also the challenge of the affordable housing set aside. I think the task at hand here is to decide whether units or whether properties are blighted. And I think there's some consideration to the viability of the project without it, but also like if something's not blighted by our estimation, which I would argue that surface parking lots are not, they might have some conditions, but they're also not blighted in the grand scheme of things compared to the other buildings associated. I think that's the challenge we have today. I guess if we were to narrow it in, it's not projecting what these projects will be. It's just recommending blight, and then frankly, it's for city council to decide kind of the overall aspects of other considerations. But I just have a hard time currently declaring all of the properties blighted compared to just the historic buildings.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Mr. Sir, you mentioned that not all sites within that area have to be, not all parcels have to be blighted. Is there a percentage there? I mean, obviously we wouldn't want 80% not to be blighted and 20 to be. Is there some sort of metric for us to look to?
Right. So the case law specifically states or points everybody towards a predominance of blight, that there's blight that exists throughout the area. And in this case, all the properties exhibit at least one of those factors of blight when looking at them. And that in this case, there are 5 of the properties, which is more than I believe it's more than 60% of the square footage of the area of the redevelopment area then where the properties have a predominance of blight. So yes, there's a majority of the redevelopment area that is clearly shows signs of blight and could be recommended as being individually blighted themselves.
And I know this has come up earlier, but is the reason that you decided to group these together, because I think this is the first time we've seen a case with just contiguous tracts of parcels, is that based on the time frame of development and developing those sites simultaneously, or just trying to understand that?
It is that there's one developer here who controls the property. They are anchored by historic properties. And so that's the main reason why we've looked at combining these together in one plan. And it's not unlike other plans that have been approved with non-contiguous areas where, you know, it's at some point those can be amended with other similar type plans within the vicinity.
Okay, any other questions from commission to the applicant? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open this up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, I'm promoting Bob Mayer.
Okay.
Sorry, Anna.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Mayor. As you come off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
On my audio, just a second here. There we go. Bob Mayer, affiliated with Exact Partners, who are the presenting developer on this. I heard very clearly and listened to Commissioner Ender's questions and Commissioner Baker's. Let me just state, first of all, that these two properties, which have been our way of working, I think if any of you looked at the history of the Netherland, which is at 39th and Main, and also the Monarch, you could see that those were blighted and vacant, and ultimately the PIA, Planned Industrial Development Authority, approved those. As a matter of fact, the Netherland was about to be slated to be condemned by the city. So this situation, while it's not condemned, the ABC building, you have a building that has been pretty much in decline. As a matter of fact, the owner who we are working with of this particular building is retiring, has emptied pretty much his business out of it. But all the things that Pat displayed show you kind of where that state of that building has been. And it's amazing that the building hasn't been declared blighted by the city, but we have a lot of other issues related to that. Our MO is that we'd like to redevelop that opportunity and work in partnership with him and do what we consistently have done with the Netherland, which is find community partners to go in it, to be residential, combined with some commercial space. We're working with the adjacent neighborhood, which is the Irish Center, the Drexel Hall. They've endorsed this project, very much committed to it. And I don't know that Pat Sterrett mentioned or Bob, but we've also met very closely with the Old Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, which takes in this entire area of Broadway. And they have supported the idea that these properties in particular need to be redeveloped. Even with streetcar coming, there's been a lot of history of Main Street, and I've been on Main Street many, many years, of where there's been these kind of issues, even with opportunities for redevelopment. So typically what we need to be able to do to make this project work is combine it with historic tax credits, and obviously in this case with tax abatement. And we are, as Bob Long pointed out, we are very cognizant of working with the commission, even though this is eligible for 100% of abatement, will probably be in the range of 70% to 75%. simply because we want to work with the community to reinvest money in it. As for the building on the Armory, which we've owned, we'd love to get rid of the pawn shop. Their lease ends the end of the year. The 3 buildings that Pat pointed out that are there are actually on a reduced rental. They were started as pop-ups, both made in Kansas City, which does maker marks around the city, as we've given them a reduced amount of rent because of the situation. It's a woman-owned business. The 2 other businesses, Black Crack is a African-American coffee shop that distributes to some coffee places, and we've given them the ability to do the grinding there. And then the 3rd property, which is called it's a Black Counseling Center, is really emphasizing working on outreach and education. So we're very much about also working with women and minority businesses engaged in these projects, and have given them a break in that regard. As far as the discussion of why do we want this, why do we need and grappling the idea of blight, we're really at the point in this where both these buildings have significantly deteriorated. The silo building in particular has sat vacant for over 35 years. We just got a hold of it about 2 years ago. It clearly was a building that used to be a national armory. And so we spent quite a bit of time of applying to the state of Missouri through the historic tax credits, as Pat Starrett mentioned. And we did get approval on that. We're in the same process of, and because of that, we want to make that the anchor. As far as the adjoining property, we'll need the parking. We do have a future plan to do multifamily adjacent, but that is not what we're talking about today. We're simply talking about the historic buildings and the adjacent parking for those. The existing silo building will become residential. And as I think Bob Long pointed out, we are already looking at, in that particular building, to do rents, and they'll be in the 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 2-bath. There'll be about 54 potential units in the ABC, and in the Armory, there'd be about 38. All of them will be in the range of potentially 65 to 75% AMI, average medium income. So we're trying to be consistent as a community partner in the area. I want to point out that we were the first to really pioneer on Troost with the Wonder Lofts long before any other developer came in. So I think you can see our track record there. On Main Street, we were the first to come in and take a condemned building. So that's why we critically need the approval on this. And if you can understand, and I'd be happy to show you beyond what Pat did, to walk through these 2 buildings to see the decay and how they're going to continue to decline. And it doesn't matter whether it's important streetcar comes, but that's not going to do the recreation. What we're really talking about here is doing historic preservation, which is important to us, to the community, and also to support a redevelopment that will bring bodies to Main Street, which has been our track record. So those are the reasons why I hope that you will consider approval of this, to move it on to the council. I should also add that we have met with Councilman Bunch and we've met with Councilwoman Shields. Both are supportive of both of these redevelopment projects. So, and as well as the neighborhood. We haven't just come about and said, oh, we're going to do this on a whim. We've been working in this area for 2.5 years, actually longer, with the Netherland and the Monarch. We've been over in this area for 7 years. I personally have been involved in Main Street for over 30 years. So the Midtown Today organization that cares for Main Street has been supportive of this. We hope that you will be supportive as well. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions that any of you may have, Chairman Crow.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions for Bob on that? Okay. Anybody else, Joe?
There's no one else with their hand raised, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to discuss or provide Mr. Long or Starrett or Meyer? Okay.
No.
Guess we'll go ahead and close testimony then and speak amongst the commission, or if there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
I'll just say, I think Mr. Mayor pushed me slightly over the edge to support the project. I think my challenge is I still don't believe that the parking lots should really be considered blighted. I think working in architecture and design, I understand the challenges of cost when it comes to historic buildings, and I appreciate Exact's commitment to bringing at least some level of affordability, and so I won't make a procedural stand today, but maybe another time.
I will. I just can't take 4 surface parking lots. I applaud the creativity. I applaud the work you're trying to do, but taking 2 distinct lots, combining them in a way with, well, we've got 3 historic structures to create 8 places that are blighted, and there are 4 businesses existing in these 8 parcels. To me, it's a step too far. So I won't support it. If this came back and it was just the historic buildings and associated parking, I would be in favor of finding the blight designation, but I can't support the blight designation.
Anybody else have a comment?
I too am having issues with how we are determining blight. If we were to look at other areas where we're asking for blight studies, I don't think it would be the major part of it on the surface parking lot. So as Commissioner Elders and Baker have said, I'm not good with just the bulk of it being focused on the parking lots. So what happens if we take the parking lots out and you just determine blight on the structures? And I believe that Commissioner Sandusky had asked what percentage of the blight designation is the parking lots attributed to?
The parking lots, Commissioner Beasley, make up 3 of the 8 parcels. 2 of them on Baltimore are not considered blighted. They are not contributing to blight within the urban renewal area. The only parking lot that I deem to be contributing to the blight is the one at 37th and Main, which has a fence that's falling apart, sidewalk that's in very poor condition, and no curb along most of 37th Street. And that's the only one that's contributing to the blight. Everything else has to do with the structures that are within the proposed plan area.
Well, I'm not gonna go tit for tat, but what you just mentioned to me is infrastructure issues that goes to the city. Curbs and sidewalks are city repairs.
And they're adjacent to the properties and have an impact on the value of those properties.
And I might point out, Commissioner Beasley, that when you propose a development project, the city's going to make the developer repair those infrastructure things. And the city's not going to be doing those improvements, not when they have a developer to do them.
I would just like to add, I've listened to a lot of my commissioners and the testimony, and initially when this started and I was reading through the 100% tax, the no prevailing wage, I admit I was like, yeah, I don't think this is a project. But as we continue to go through the visioning of what the project is, I appreciate a developer that comes before us that is a community partner, that is already thinking about how to support small businesses, minority-owned businesses. I've been on this commission and we've seen tax incentive requests come before us for buildings in which a developer has owned for 5 or 6 years in a neighborhood that is pretty much developed. I mean, I won't call them out, but there are spaces that have asked for it, and we've had a play spot across the street, and we've had a private school diagonal, and we have approved that. So for me, it's going to be a yes to support this tax abatement. I would urge you all to use your commissioner visioning and to think about what type of communities and what type of people we want to invest in when we see projects like this. As many of the projects for housing have not had any inkling to do anything affordable or be a community partner and have received maximum tax credits. So for me, I appreciate this project. I appreciate you being a community partner, and it's a yes for me.
So can I ask a clarification question then? Because I thought I heard them talking about the cuts in rents they were currently giving those minority businesses. Did I miss what they were saying they would do with the new structure?
To answer your question on that, Forrestine, we haven't really talked about that yet in terms, but certainly we're, as Vice Chair Hill said, these are partners we've worked with. We'll continue to work with them in a positive way. And I think you can see that also if you look over at Wonderlofts as an example, where Combine is there and a couple other businesses that we've assisted in putting in business. Matter of fact, just case in point, Chris Good, who owns Ruby Jeans, we sold that building to him at a reduced price. So across the street. But I would also like to add, based on Commissioner Ender's comments and you as well, Commissioner Fortin Beasley, that the parking is usually critical to these buildings. As a matter of fact, it's a requirement of the city. And the fact is that we will work on whether Pat's point about sidewalks, yes, we'll take care of that and the others, but those parking lots are going to be redesigned, which is something that the communities asked for. So we'll do some improvements like we've done on all our other properties. And if you want to see an example of that, you can go up to the Netherlands and see how we've improved the parking along that area, along with creating some dog areas, which is something that most of these tenants that we have are very interested in supporting their pets. So we've created that as well. So we'll work on those community parts, but that's why parking is an element of that. And whether we like it or not, whether with streetcar or not, there are people still having cars and still having to go to work at different locations. And we've attracted people from outside of Kansas City, Missouri, that are from Johnson County, from north of the river, et cetera, that are now in these properties at the Monarch and the Netherlands. And we anticipate that will be the same thing in these two other properties, the ABC as well as the Armory.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have nothing against our developers. I too am proud of the work they've done. I'm simply looking at what's being brought forward for us to identify as blight. That's what my questions are. Yeah. But no, I'm proud of what they have done for our community.
Thank you.
I'll add that if anyone goes out and buys a property and it has deteriorating conditions, that's usually priced into the property. And so, again, I understand, but it's the reason I'm not supportive of this is because they're for operating businesses. And when you acquire a parcel that has deteriorating conditions, you know that going into it. You're not uncovering it. It's not some woe is me situation. But again, I think they're the vote to this. So I'm fine to go ahead and move.
I'm just going to say I'm supportive of the project. I think we need affordable housing, affordable rentals. So it'll be a yes for me on this project.
Chair Crow, can I move for the approval of docket item 3 without conditions?
Yeah, and you also need to state that the finding of blight.
Oh, sorry. Chair Crow, can I approve docket item 3, the finding of condition of blight?
I'll second that.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for finding of blight for docket item number 3. And I think that includes the, tell me if I'm wrong, Anna, is that also approval of like a site plan or anything, or no, just the finding of blight?
Correct.
Okay. So I got a motion and a second for the finding of blight for docket item number 3. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Baker?
Aye. Aye.
Crow?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Beasley?
That's okay. Aye.
Enders?
No.
Hill?
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 6-1 for the finding of blight on docket item number 3. Thank you for bringing that in. And we know it's a very important project and it'll be right there on our streetcar. And I look forward to seeing it come together. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commission.
Okay, it's 11:40 right now. I know Commissioner Hill, she needed to step away for a little bit. Is everybody ready for like a 15-minute break? And then come back and wrap up the rest of our cases? Okay, all right, let's do that. So it's, say it's 11:42, 45-ish. Let's come back at 12 o'clock and reconvene our meeting. Okay, looks like we got about a minute before we get everybody back. Okay. Everybody hear me okay? I finally got my earbuds working. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart our meeting. And Joe, I think we're on docket item number 6, please.
Right, docket item 6, case number ROW 2021-00039. A request to vacate an alley located between East 24th Street on the north, East 25th Street on the south, Highland Avenue on the west, and Woodland Avenue on the east to allow for construction of previously approved project known as Crescendo. Najma Muhammad is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, everybody. Really quickly, I don't see the applicant in the attendees list, so I wanted to make sure somebody was here on behalf of the applicant before I present it, so we won't have any issues. Okay, I see someone raising their hand. That's awesome.
I promoted Ms. Holmes.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and make my presentation then. Good afternoon again. Before us, we have docket item number 6, CD right-of-way 2021-39, located at or around 2401 Highland Avenue. The existing zoning is UR, and the applicant is seeking approval of a right-of-way vacation for 2 alleys on this property. This is the location of the vacation in the greater downtown area. This is an aerial overview of the site with the red lines depicting the alley vacations being requested. And this is the outline of the site that we're addressing today for the development.
I'm not seeing anything, Ms. Muhammad.
Oh boy, thank you for letting me know. You guys are just gonna let me go through the whole presentation. There we go. Okay, let me go back.
There you go. It's there. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Okay, this is the approved development plan with the alley vacations being for the north-south alley between 24th Street and 24th Terrace, and the north-south alley between 24th Terrace and 25th Street, both between Highland and Woodland Avenue. The measurements are approximately 14 feet in width and 390 feet in length for each alley vacation. This is just a street view of the alley vacation to depict where it's going to be. These utility poles are about where the vacation starts on either side. The staff recommends approval with conditions for this case, with the following conditions being established by the different utility companies, including the city public works department. And that concludes my staff presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant for this project. Is the applicant available?
Hi, everyone. My name is Shalonda Holmes. I'm with Urban Neighborhood Initiative. This is a co-development with Brenshore Development, and Marilyn De La Pena is the representative from Brenshore. She might be joining us, but I know she might have had another meeting as well. So we did send over a presentation.
I'm pulling it up now. My apologies.
Okay, that's all right.
Make sure I properly share my screen this time. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. So we can go to the next slide. Fairly short presentation, and you've seen this before. So introductions. My name is Shalonda Holmes. I'm the Director of Real Estate Development for Urban Neighborhood Initiative. Again, our co-development partner is Brenshire Development, and we're working with Roseman, Talafair and Brown, and BCM contractors on this project. The Crescendo is a fairly new project for Urban Neighborhood Initiative, and we are in the Purpose-Built Communities Network, one of the 15 network cities. And we've been working with the Wonderful neighborhood for the last 3 years on this development, and they're looking forward to it getting built, and so are we. However, it is a truly mixed income development that will include units that range from 30% of the area median income to 80%, with a few market rate units in there as well. We will be meeting MBEWB participation for the construction and soft costs of the project that are required through MHDC, as well as the city. This is the site plan for the development. The alley is just, it's the north arrow is different, yeah, where she's pointing. So that is what we are looking to vacate in order to have rear parking for the townhome units, 39 townhome units here. This is an elevation of 2 of the townhomes. They're kind of a big house style, so each building has 6 units in them. Again, a total of 10 buildings with 6 units with a community building. This is the community building that has 3 units above that will have access from the rear, accessible from the parking, where we'll need the alley vacation as well. In terms of the schedule, we did submit our firm submission to MHDC in June, and working with them on tweaks. And then we also presented to the 3rd District Council members in August of last year. We recently updated the community as of yesterday. We kind of go to their meetings every month, but the formal process or the formal public meeting for the community was held back in November. And then we went through this CPC hearing in December, and Neighborhood Planning Development Committee in May. And now we are here for the alley vacation hearing. We are still on target for a closing for fall, winter of this year, with a project completion in the fall of next year. And thank you, and open to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay. So seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out in the public that would like to speak regarding docket item number 6, please raise your hand in the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Holmes?
Just thank you for your time and for your service.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll close testimony then and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
I have a quick question for staff. So does the applicant own both sides of the property of this alleyway? And if not, do we have the consent from the other property owners?
Yes, ma'am. As part of the right-of-way vacation process, they have to get permission rather from the adjacent owners abutting the property line of the vacation. So they have the permission they need on the opposite side that they don't own.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I move
Okay.
to approve docket item 6 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 6. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please? And notice Commissioner Hill is not with us right now. And Sadowski had to recuse.
Commissioner Allender,
Aye. Aye. Sorry.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
and Enders.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 5-0 for the project. We appreciate you bringing it in and good luck as you continue to move forward. All right, so with that, let's move on to docket item number 7, please.
All right, the next case number is docket item 7, case number SUP 2022-00026. A request to approve a special use permit for a short-term rental in District R1.5 on about 2/10 of an acre at 16108 East 49th Street. Najma is also the staff planner on this project.
Hello again. You guys get to see me extra a lot these next few hearings, so get used to me now. So I usually share my screen properly. Can you see it? Okay. Before us, we have docket item number 7, SUP 2022-26 for 16108 East 49th Street, located in R1.5. This is the type of special use permit one needs if they're unable to obtain the adjacent owner consent signatures for a type 2 year-round short-term rental. This is the location of the subject site. This is an aerial view of the subject site located in a duplex on this portion of the property. Again, this is the special use permit needed if an owner is unable to obtain 55% of the adjacent owner signatures. Here you see 3 properties starred red. They are all owned by the same out-of-state LLC, and the property owner was unable to get in contact with this individual or this entity in order to get permission from these properties. These have live-in owners, but in order to meet that 55% requirement, they would have needed 3 out of the 5 required signatures. This is just a reminder of the special use permit application process. I believe that the owner's request does not step outside of any of these requirements or qualifications. Staff recommends approval with the standard conditions that this is approved for a period of the standard 3 years, and they must maintain the standard special short-term rental requirement of renewing their registration on a yearly basis outside of the special use permit. If they wish to continue after the 3-year process, they have to go through the special use permit process again. And that concludes my staff presentation.
Are those items spelled out in the conditions somewhere within the staff report?
Yes, I made a mistake of not adding it to the staff report, but the conditions report will be attached to the staff report for the Board of Zoning Adjustment. They are attached to the case, but I did not attach it to the staff report.
Yeah, they're just not a part of the report that I have available to review. So just want to make sure that that gets added.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff regarding docket item 7?
Is the adjacent duplexes that owned by the same owner, is this a different owner that approved the use?
The, can you repeat your question? I'm not sure about it.
Yeah, so if the duplex on that app, you showed that there was an owner with your green star on one side of that. Is that the same owner that's the applicant, or is that a different owner that also?
That's a different owner as well.
Okay, but they agreed to the short-term rental, or
The applicant will need to confirm that
okay
for the adjacent duplex in their
okay.
duplex. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and welcome the applicant, if the applicant's available.
I've promoted Dahlia Hussein, who had their hand raised.
Hi, my name is Dahlia Hussein. I am the owner of the duplex. As you can see, I'm a little busy with my kiddos, but hopefully I can be very informative. And if you have any questions, I would love to, answer anything. We did buy the property for just renting it out, and that just didn't work. The tenant was not really, I guess, respectful of the property. So we wanted to go ahead and do a special use permit and do it as a short-term rental. And I want to convert it to it's already a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. So it sleeps 8 people. And sorry, my kid. And so I've done my research, and there is a guy that is very, very well known in Kansas City. His business is really booming, and he's a manager of like 150, I would say, short-term rentals. You gotta put your kid down. So his name is Tyler. With I think his company is called Bear B&B. So he's managing like about 150 rentals, and he's been very, very successful. He does screening in every guest. Like, he'll just make sure that they're not there to obviously destroy the property. We will have cameras in the outside of the property. We will have Wi-Fi locks to make sure that, each guest will have a code to access the property. And then on top of that, we will not obviously allow any parties. We will not allow any like pretty much drugs and underage drinking and things like that. There's just no, I would not want that for, sorry, I will not want that for my investment anyways, because I obviously do care about my property. And my husband works 7 days a week, and I have 2 kiddos, 2 and under, and I'm pregnant. So I just want to make sure, obviously, my rental is, respected, and I want to make sure that everything does go accordingly. And the one that is next to me, we have not really been, I've tried to contact all of the people that are around the area. They have not been, I guess, there. A lot of the people are either out of town, or they just don't approve, I guess, or I wouldn't say approve, but they haven't signed the paper. So I did have a meeting, and 3 or 4 people showed up. I did explain everything that I was going to do. I did, have a presentation for them, and they did sign the paper, and they were very, I guess it was a positive feedback, and they're just concerned that there's obviously no parties that will be, I'm sorry if the noise is too crazy. They will just, they were all obviously just very concerned that there would be parties and not. And I obviously told them that this guy is super, I gotta go upstairs. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I told him, obviously this guy is very, well known, and he obviously will stop any parties that have to do with having in the short-term rental. So that's all I can say, and hopefully it will be a good use to the community and it'll be okay.
Okay, I've got a couple questions here for you. So you say you only own the one half of the building, somebody else owns the other half, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're going to have a management company actually manage your short-term rental. Are you going to be absent from any management, or are you still going to
No.
be part of it as well?
No, I'm going to be part of it. They obviously do say that it's a hands-off, but I will be very hands-on. I want to make sure that my property is well taken care of. I want to make sure that he's doing his job. I want to make sure that there's no because it's a big investment and I don't want it to be ruined. So I will be checking on everything that goes on to make sure that everything is done properly.
Okay, my last question is your public meeting that you held. It looks like it was held clear out at the Legends, at the IHOP at the Legends. Why this location and not why somewhere where this property is actually located? There's plenty of other places that are closer to where your house is that you're wanting to do instead of being out there. To me, it just shows an attempt to try not to get people to show up to attend the public meeting.
No, I did change it. I didn't know that it was supposed to be around the area. I just wanted something, that my kids can obviously eat. And I'm not really familiar with the area a lot because I do live in Overland Park. But I did have a meeting in the Panera Bread that is 3 minutes behind the duplex. So, 3 or 4 people attended. And we had the sign in the yard. I did send out certified letters just to make sure the change of location, because Najma did tell me that it had to be 3 miles within the place.
I wondered if you could speak specifically to the conversation with your next door neighbor. I know you mentioned in general terms, so the neighbor's reactions. Can you talk to specifically the neighbor that's next door that shares the wall?
Yeah, so the neighbor next door, I've tried to get in contact with her. I've only seen her once. And it wasn't when I actually decided I was going to do the short-term rental. It was when my tenant was living in the house. And she seemed really nice. She's been there for 13 years, I believe. But she's just by herself and she has no kids. I think from her concern of my tenant, he's a nurse, he's a travel nurse. He was pretty young. So she just also had the concern of making sure the property is maintained. She's lived there for a long time. And she just wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to be in and out with, a bunch of people and drugs and parties. And I told her, obviously he's a nurse, so he's not going to be doing all of that, I would hope, because he would lose his job at that point. But I think it's the same thing with this time around. I mean, obviously, I just don't want any parties to be considered in my half of the duplex. I want it to be respected. And anything that goes along in my house, I would want it to be for their house. So obviously the grass and maintaining the property, making sure obviously it's just clean and things like that. Just whatever I want for my house, I would want for that duplex.
So did the adjoining neighbor give you permission or sign off on the short-term rental?
No, because I never got a hold of her for that short-term rental. I did obviously go my I'm sorry, excuse me. I did go to all the neighbors. And I've done it multiple times where I can try to reach them. But again, I live 35 minutes away. I live in Overland Park. So I've tried my best to get in contact with them. I did send out letters and nobody responded to the letters. So that's why I had to do the public meeting just to see if anybody shows up.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay.
I guess I
this
wanted
time-
to understand your investment team because you do mention somebody that is a property manager. Is that different than the person that you're mentioning would be the manager for this property?
No, it's his team. So I believe Tyler, he has like, I would say 30 employees in his company. He does managing for short-term rentals. He does demolition for renovations. And so he has a very large employee base, I would say. And he's very well known in the real estate world.
Is that the thing? Because I'm seeing a name here, Ahmad Abatin. Is that he works for this person?
So no. I had Ahmed in the shorts, like he would be the managing, but he's just been very busy and I don't think he would have been a very sufficient, I wouldn't say sufficient manager, but I think that he just wouldn't be a good fit for me. I wanted somebody that was always going to be hands-on and going to be there if something was to happen. Sorry, the kid is like going crazy. But yeah, I wanted to make sure that, they were there 24/7 if something was to happen. Ahmed doesn't live here. He lives in California. So he had a managing team, but I didn't trust it, I would say, just because, I've done my research and they're just not like hands-on all the time. So I've changed it.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Guy, do you mind muting? I'm going to see if we can go to public testimony. There we go. Thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 7, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
There is one person with a hand raised. I'm going to promote Tiffany Moore.
Okay. Hi, Tiffany. As you take yourself off mute, do you mind stating your name and address for the record, please?
Sure, Tiffany Moore. I'm with the Kansas City Neighborhood Advisory Council, 222 West 75th Street. I just have a question. I, again, don't have a lot of specific involvement with this particular request, but I'm wondering maybe if Najma could help. Could you verify how many responses were actually received on this request and how many of those responses supported the application? I wasn't sure I quite followed the green versus the red stars on the map.
So the green,
go ahead.
The green stars were owner occupied, as in the owners who of record actually live at that location. The red stars were representative of those were all owned under the same out of state LLC, and also they were not able to get in contact with them. I'm not certain that they received signatures from those who were in state or lived at their properties. However, I've not received any opposition to this. Dahlia communicated with the president of the neighborhood organization or homes association on record, and they were supportive of it. That was the only public testimony that I had received, and again, hadn't received any opposition. They did their due diligence of doing the mailed notice when they initially wanted to do the STR, and I haven't received any calls that were even interested or opposed to what they're wanting to do at this location.
Okay, so other than the neighborhood response, the applicant or city didn't receive responses from anyone in support or opposition. Is that clear? Did I get that right?
Right, outside of the
Okay.
neighborhood organization.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else, Joe?
That's it.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything you'd like to add to your case here, Ms. Hussein?
No, thank you. I appreciate it for hearing me out, guys.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
I just have one item that I'm a bit confused on. And the applicant is showing Ahmad, but he's not really the applicant. It should be Dahlia.
So initially they were working together. As she stated, he was not communicating properly. He was not communicating with me properly as the applicant. So everything, the proceeding communications, the public engagement, all of that is Dahlia, who's the owner of the LLC.
So we have her listed somewhere, right?
Right, Dahlia is the main contact for this case.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments from the commission?
I think my inclination is to continue this case and think about how, or maybe there's a different approach to this, but I just would love to see the property manager be a part of this conversation, the current property manager be a part of this conversation. That makes me a little uncomfortable, especially since in combination with the fact that we don't know the opinion of the neighbor. I just feel like there's some information that could be helpful for us making a decision on this.
Well, I understand that want. What I've been trying to consider with these cases is, like long-term land use, and this is different because it's a one-year deal. So it might be even more important to hear from a property manager. But in theory, if it was a great property manager and for some reason they go out of business because they sell their business, and then it's a bad property manager, I feel like we should be making decisions less based upon that and more based upon whether we feel like it's fitting for the neighborhood. And while it would be really comforting to hear more information from the neighbors, I do kind of feel as though the process is a good one in that there are lots of opportunities for people to actively speak out if they are against something. And so in that sense, I'm supportive. Again, I would way prefer to get more community input, but knowing it, not the process firsthand, but secondhand from other people and seeing it as we see it, I do feel as though there's enough of a hurdle, and that I do trust most people who own their property to really want what's best. And I don't think anyone really wants to deal with headaches. And so my hope would be that regardless of whether the property management is good or bad, that the owner would continue to try to be a good neighbor and to try to seek out better property management.
I'm kind of in the same boat as Commissioner Sadowski. There's just too many unknowns at this time for this particular project, especially to put a short-term rental. We don't know how it's going to be managed or operated because we don't know who the property manager is. And we haven't heard from any of the neighbors or adjacent, especially the one that shares a common wall. I think there should be some kind of discussion with them so they know that what's going to happen. And then, but I'm either for continuance or denial on this.
I'd like the owner and or property manager to really get in touch with the adjacent property owner. I think that's my big thing. We deal with these ones that are their houses next to them, things like that, but it's way different when you're sharing a wall with someone. So I propose we continue it for a little bit. I think other commissioners would like to see more about the property management. I mean, my biggest concern is just making sure that the owner next door knows what's going on and approves of it.
I agree with that because part of our property owner's testimony was when she had the renter, she did have contact with that neighboring property owner. So I would prefer that she have contact with the new concept that she wants to implement for that neighboring owner as well.
I can't disagree with continuing it and waiting for hopefully more information. I just want to speak from my personal experience where we've had to reach out to we've had to reach out to thousands of people before, whether it's for liquor permitting or other purposes. And it's a full-time job. And sometimes there are neighbors that you just can't track down as much as you try to, and it can be really, really tough. So I don't think, it's unfortunate for the owner or the applicant that we might continue it and wait, but I just want to voice that my hope is that that's the role of what the mail is, that's the role of the notice, that's the role of the neighborhood organization giving us a letter of support. And so, not a lot of harm to wait, but we might not hear back. And if we don't, I would want to move forward.
I get what you're saying, Commissioner, but from my standpoint, is you're sharing a wall with somebody. This is my home. This is where, I exist. I would like to know that people next door are actually it's going to get taken care of and take care of my concerns and needs, because that's my home. And that for those people, it's just a temporary spot. So.
Yeah, very understandable.
I do have a question. If I obviously do everything that I could for the next time or whenever it's continued, if I do everything I could to get a hold of her, and she just doesn't answer, what is the next step?
Frankly, I'd just like to see some attempt made to them, that you send them a letter, you want to meet with them, something to talk to them. If that's not possible, we can talk about it at that time. And then, but the other thing is also, who is your property manager? What are their credentials? Who are they? That's the other piece I think that a lot of the commissioners would like to see.
So I have tried to reach out to her. Like I said, I've done the IHOP meeting, and well, I haven't done the IHOP meeting, but I've sent the letter to the IHOP for the IHOP meeting, and then Najma told me that was not feasible for people. So I've sent out another letter. So I've sent out at least 2 letters. I've had, I've actually went and knocked on her door like 4 times. And I do live in Overland Park, so it's not like I can just go anytime, any day. I usually try to go in the morning, and then the times that I did go in the morning, I think maybe she was working, so I did go a couple times in the afternoon. My husband does work at the IHOP in Lee Summit, which is 10 minutes away from the property. So Saturday, Sundays, he usually cuts the grass, and he's attempted a couple times to knock on her door. He usually gets off work at 5:30. So he's attempted a couple times after 5:30 just to see if she's obviously there. She's not answered the door anytime that we've tried. So I haven't been in contact with her just that one time, and she's usually to herself. So I don't know what else I can do. Like, I can try again, but how do you want to know? Like, I've tried to contact her. Like, all the letters I've sent out like at least, I would say 13 letters to all of the properties that are close in 300 feet of me. And I haven't got a response back. So I just don't know what else I can do, and how long I can do that for, so I can get an answer that it's accepted or not.
If it were me, I would probably want to send a certified letter to her directly, asking for some kind of response, and then provide a copy of that certification at the next meeting.
Again, I have done that. I don't know if
okay.
Yeah, the staff reports includes the certified letters.
Yeah, again, I just, like I said, I've done certified letters. I've actually put letters physically in her mailbox because she is my neighbor. So I know that she sees them because obviously when my husband goes and, cuts the grass on the weekends, there's nothing in her mailbox. So I know that she does check her letters. But like I said, I don't know what else I can do to make sure that I can't just physically sit outside her house until she gets home or something just to talk to her. I do have 2 kids, 2 and under, so I don't know what else I can do. Or my husband, he does work 7 days a week, so he can't just take off a full day just to go sit in our duplex.
No, I don't think we're asking to do that.
So my response was to the comment that you made regarding the conversation with your neighbor when you had a rental, when you had a tenant that I believe you said he was a nurse. So if you had that conversation with the next door neighbor, that's what we're asking you for, is to have a conversation with her again.
Yeah, I completely understand, but
okay, so that's all I'm looking at is that conversation.
Okay, thank you, Dahlia. We're done with the testimony right now. So I'll take a motion, please.
I just want to reiterate, to get to this process, I mean, it's not super easy, and there's a lot of, it can be really hard to get a hold of people. So I'll go ahead and move to approve with conditions, knowing that that might not be the case, but I'm going to go ahead and move to approve with conditions.
I'll second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 7 with conditions. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Commissioner Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Crowell,
No.
Enders,
Aye.
and Commissioner Hill, you came in
Yeah,
the middle, yeah? Okay,
correct. She's recused.
okay. And Commissioner Sadowski.
No.
Okay, so the motion was for approval of it, and it had 3 yeses and 3 nos. So that would, to me, go forward to the BZA with no recommendation. So you need something else, Sarah, I take it?
I just was gonna, I mean, that's fine. It's the motion fails because it's a tie. You can make a different motion to move it with no recommendation. You can, of course, make a motion to continue it as well. It's really up to you.
Okay. So hearing that, it sounds like the motion fails at 3-3. Would you like to make another motion, Tyler?
Sure, but let me make sure I fully understand. So if we move it along without a recommendation, that's the applicant's potential fastest track as of now to gain approval?
Yeah, they got to go to BZA. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'd like to move along docket item 7 without a recommendation from CPC and move it to BZA.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second to move docket item 7 forward to BZA with no recommendation from the Planning Commission. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
No.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like that motion passes to move forward to BZA with no recommendation. Thank you very much. Good luck as you move forward.
Thank you, guys.
Let's move on to, we're ready for docket item number 8, please.
Docket item 8 is case number SUP 2022-00020. Request to approve a special use permit for Martin City Elementary School. located at 201 East 133rd Street. Jared Clements is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, everyone. Give me a second here to share my screen. Okay, as Joe said, before us we have docket item number 8, case number CDSUP 2022-00020, located at 201 East 133rd Street. The zoning district is primarily R-7.5 as well as R-2.5. Applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for the expansion of an existing elementary school. They have held their public engagement meeting and sent the summary to our office, a summary of which is attached to the staff report. So this is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. It's within the boundaries of the Martin City and Richards Gabor area plan. More specifically, it's on East 133rd Street between Walnut and McGee. The portion outside of it is also included. It wasn't highlighted on this screenshot, but it's part of the subject site as well. This is the site plan for the proposal. It includes a 10,000 roughly square foot addition to the subject school building. The siting of this expansion required the drive that goes around the school to be rerouted to the east of the property. It did formerly just connect right here to this spur that you can see. A temporary access drive to the cul-de-sac to the south was permitted through both the Land Development Division for the entrance, as well as through a temporary use permit for the actual drive itself. Also included in the proposal is a new stormwater detention area to the south of the school. This is just some elevations to convey what it's going to look like. It's some concrete paneling as well as some brick to match the existing school. So these are some of the key conditions. There's some regular conditions associated with this, including affidavits and having to do with administrative approvals for bicycle parking. But the key conditions that are less typical is that they're seeking 2 variances from the Board of Zoning Adjustment as part of the SUP. The first is for signage, which is pictured to the right, and the other is for a 3-foot height variance. The applicant will submit photometric plans at the time of building permit is the other condition. Usually that's a part of the special use permitting process. It wasn't within their scope, and so we just conditioned that instead. So it would happen later. It will have to conform because it will have to conform with the lighting standards at that time as well. It's just going to be later. That's what the condition is for. So staff does recommend approval with conditions and would be happy to answer any questions you might have about the proposal.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission for city staff?
So that's a detention pond, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I guess we're getting ready for that conversation again.
I was waiting for the applicant, Commissioner Baker.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then.
Lana Thorpe.
And it looks like David Ratley as well has
David
joined.
Ratley? Okay.
Yep. David Ratley with MKEC Engineering. We're located at 11827 West 112th Street, Suite 200, Overland Park, Kansas, 66210. I, along with Hollis Miller Architects, are working with the school district of Grandview for this building addition and site improvements. We just want to say thank you for taking the time to consider this project, and we're here for any questions and look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, any questions, commissioners?
Yes, I just want to get the philosophy behind just a detention pond versus something like a constructed wetland or another type of BMP. And did you consider anything else apart from a detention pond?
Yeah, we can go into that. What we're actually proposing is for the higher volume events for the detention pond takes care of the 100-year storm, the 25-year storm, some of the big stormwater events is what that detention basin's for. There is currently one there now, it just doesn't function all that well. So what we've done is we've improved it to meet the APWA 5600 standards. So we are providing that detention area. It's a dry detention basin for the higher volume events, but we are also providing a BMP closer to the site that takes care of any runoff from the site, from the building, to be treated, and it's a storm tech system. So it's an underground system that filters the water before it leaves and dumps into the detention basin. So we are treating the water quality and water quantity of the water from the site, from the improvements that we're proposing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. And Mr. Ratley, can you mute your microphone? Thank you. So we'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Lisa or Nicole, can you make me a co-host again? Okay, Lana Thorpe. We are promoting you. They have been connected.
Okay. Hi,
That
Lana. As you bring yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Lana Thorpe, and I'm actually just the architect on the project. So I was just going to be available for any additional questions, and appreciate you hearing us out. And so
okay.
No concerns here.
Thank you. Anybody else, Anna?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Any other thoughts, applicants, regarding this project? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close testimony and speak amongst the commission, or I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 8 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 8 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for approval of docket item number 8. We appreciate you bringing it in, and good luck as you move forward.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yep. Okay, let's go to docket item number 10, please.
Okay, docket item number 10, case number CD SUP 2022-18. This is a request to approve a special use permit in District R7.5, which is the residential district, on about 7 acres, generally located on the southeast corner of Northwest Wilcomas Drive and then Northwest 72nd Street, to allow for the expansion of a civic use in a residential district. Matthew Barnes is our staff planner.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Should be able to see my screen now. There we go. Before us, as I stated, we have docket item number 10, which is a special use permit for the Northland Baptist Church located at 7101 Northwest Wilcomas Drive. It's located in the Northland, just south of Lake Wilcomas, seen there with the red arrow. And here's just a little closer view of the site. You can see its location to Northwest 72nd, Wilcomas. Maybe more familiar with some of you is 64th Street down there, which is a hub with like a Hy-Vee and all that. So Here's just a fully zoomed in view that shows some of its context to surrounding single family homes in the area. And this is the view looking east from Northwest Wilcomas Drive. There's not really any construction proposed on this side of the building, so this view will not change. Here's the view looking kind of south from Northwest 72nd Street. Where the entrance there is where the applicant is proposing a addition onto the building. The church is located within a residentially zoned district, and the Zoning and Development Code requires that a special use permit is required for the construction or addition to a civic use located within that residential district. Here is the proposed addition. It is a 3,345 square foot addition to the entrance of the area. Outlined in red there. There is no proposed changes to the, as stated, towards Northwest Wilcomas Drive. There is landscaping that will be removed, but the applicant is replacing everything that is being removed. And they're also reconfiguring some of the parking lot with this new addition to allow for a drop-off zone. This new addition will be kind of an entrance vestibule with also like a classroom in it. Here is the new elevation of the church. This is facing west. The applicant is also proposing the removal of the existing steeple, kind of seen on the left-hand side of there. The materials that will be used are similar to that of the existing building, such as brick. And that taller portion to the on the right side of this picture is already existing, so they're not increasing the height of the building at all. They're actually lowering it with the removal of the steeple. With that, staff recommends approval with conditions for the special use permit for Northland Baptist Church, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission, the city staff? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant, if the applicant's available.
I am promoting Lee. And Matt, is Luke Owen also part of the applicant team?
I believe so.
Lee and Luke, you need to accept the promotion. Lee has been connected, so has Luke.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, so I'm Lee Ryherd. I am the engineer on the project. Luke Owen is here as well. He's the owner representative for the church. And yeah, the staff did a good job of presenting the project. We're just kind of looking at improving the entrance to the church, a lot of ADA upgrades, bringing parking into compliance and things like that. We're also adding a fire suppression line for the church with the addition. So that's really about it. If the commissioners have any questions, I'd love to hear them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, seeing none. With that, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if anybody out there from the public would like to speak regarding docket item number 10, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else, applicant, before we go into just the commission? Okay, with that, we'll close testimony, and there's nothing to discuss with the commission. I'll take a motion, please.
Move to approve docket item 10 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 10 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crow,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for approval of the project, and thank you for bringing it in, and good luck moving forward.
Thank you.
All right, so that takes us to docket item number 11, please.
All right, the next case is docket item 11. Case number CPC 2022-00055. Request to approve a preliminary plat in District MPD on about 25 acres at East 52nd Terrace and Belmont Avenue. Andrew Clark is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, fellow commissioners. Okay, before you is docket number 11, case number CPC 2022-55. This is for a preliminary plat at 5928 East 52nd Terrace. This is located within the southeast quadrant of the city. It is just west of 435. And as you can see here, it is also just south of formerly Blue Parkway, which is now Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And it is also directly east of the Kansas City Southern Railroad. As you can tell from this photo, the site is undeveloped. Here's a view looking west from East 52nd Terrace in 2014. Here is the photo. The best photo I could find is when the applicant posted their sign. So this is from June of this year. And then this is a photo. If you look in to this photo out to the northwest, the whole point of this photo is that the site is undeveloped. And this is from the south side of the site. Here is the preliminary plat sheets that were provided to staff. The general layout, primarily consisting of improvements that will be made to East 52nd Terrace. And here is the overall site plan, and this will look very familiar. The city, this was heard through the City Planning Commission last year. The rezoning to MPD was approved by City Council on June 16th of last year. And then last fall, the MPD final plan was approved by the City Planning Commission on September 7th to allow for the KC Halo campus for a girls' home and boys' home in their offices. And staff's recommendation for case 55 is approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I am here.
Can you just tell me what's a little bit different from this submittal compared to what was submitted back in previously last year? I mean, because it was, wasn't it a master plan development? And did that serve as a preliminary plat at the time or no?
At that time, it did not serve as a preliminary plat, as the applicant was working with KC Water and Land Development on the public improvements that they're required to install. So the site plan is the same. This is just the preliminary plat that you're hearing today.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions from the commission to city staff? All right, so let's go ahead and welcome the applicant to this case. If the applicant's available.
Yes, it
Promoted
is.
Matt Gibbs.
Hi, Matt. As you take yourself off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Matt Gibbs, civil engineer over at BHC. We're at 7101 College Boulevard, Overland Park, Kansas. the civil engineer for the project. We're just getting the preliminary plat completed here as part of the tying up loose ends on the rest of the development here. So just I'm here to answer any questions you guys have.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
I was just curious about the delay between the fall approvals and now. Was there something between the water and land development issues that got the project slowed down, or was that just sort of outside of the scope of the entitlement process?
So that process was primarily taken up. We had some waiver requests that we had to get through the TDC. So we primarily focused our time getting those prior to moving forward with anything else on the project for that. The improvements along East 52nd Terrace.
This is a great project. I don't have any issues with it. I just am always curious if there's some unnecessary delays or anything that kept it from going forward.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 11, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
I've just promoted Lawrence Goldblatt.
Okay.
That's the only person that raised their hand.
Hi, Mr. Goldblatt. Welcome back. If you could state your name and address for the record again, sure, appreciate it. You're on mute, by the way.
I am a resident of 5811 East 52nd Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. My name is Lawrence Goldblatt. I'm an architect and I practice planning. I represent property owners, including myself, that are adjacent to this proposed project. We have written comments, which I'll provide through the Andrew Clark. The summary is first we ask that the Planning Commission do not hear this case at all. We realize that from what we're going to say, that the Planning Commission may want to make a motion and we're not in agreement with the motion to continue. There are no reasons for the platting to be considered. Presently, not all the documents that are required for staff review are completed in the review. One of those items of many is the grading of the street, which the property owners along the street, the proposed 52nd Terrace replacement, have to sign off on the grading. Without that permission, the public infrastructure will not be permitted. And as of this time, it's left to imagination as to how the grading of the street is going to match up with the higher elevations along the south edge, some of which are elevated because of rock. So at some point, and we would have preferred it earlier in the project as we asked the developer and who offered complete cooperation, that we would have been able to coordinate on the grading of the street. The principal reason that the Planning Commission cannot hear this at all, nor can it continue it, is that in its first hearing for the rezoning of this project, it passed the MPD approved by the staff, and your recommendation went to the City Council. City Council voted for this, and the MPD zoning, as your attorneys recognize, and others recognize, judges in the Missouri state court system have ruled that spot zoning is not permissible in Missouri. What we have here is a charter city that's passed an ordinance which is unlawful. But for the fact that we're standing here talking with you, it's my understanding that I am to be downtown in the circuit court to continue the expediting of the injunction, which will stop this project. It's my understanding the judge wants to see some exhibits. For example, the rezoning and this platting still indicates that the city has right of way for what's called Belmont Avenue. However, the evidence is through the continuous deeds down through history, the absence of any ordinance by the county or the city accepting Belmont Avenue for future street improvements. The title company stating, I think my time will be paused until Mr. Allender, that we're sure he's back in. Well, thank you. So the public engagement no notice was received for the planning, adoption, change of zone. It was sent out, we believe. We just believe that the engineer for the developer did send it out because he believes he sent it out. However, no one received any of those letters. So we believe that the MPD is faulty and that proceeding to discuss this is just not permissible when the ordinance is moot or void or voidable. So the injunction, as your lawyer is completely admitted, he understands that the court is moving as rapidly as it can to stop the City Planning Commission and city staff, any excavation, for example, the marvelous hole, which has mysteriously appeared yesterday, hidden from view from the entry to the site, this mysterious hole, quite large, is not mentioned in any of the planning supporting documents. It's not identified by the city council in its ordinance. It hasn't been mentioned in anything leading up to this platting. It's deficient. The paperwork is deficient. There is no reason why this planning commission can argue that it has jurisdiction to hear this. So on behalf of the property owners, we're stating these facts, which will follow up with a written report. We had to wait until Friday when we would see whether there was more information coming from the staff or from the applicant. There wasn't. So we had to prepare our analysis over the weekend, and it was too late to turn it in. That's been a consistent problem that hopefully it'll get rectified. So Paula is the plaintiff in the civil suit. And I'm, pardon me, I'm going to ask, because I'm not an attorney, are you permitted to speak to the City Planning Commission since you're the plaintiff in the civil suit that is presently got a injunction before the assigned judge?
I don't think so.
Okay, so you've heard from the plaintiff. She's not feeling like she's able to comment. I think we've covered the major points that the Planning Commission needs to understand, that it really should not hear this case. We've attempted to communicate with everybody at the city. And David taken the position that none of this matters, but asking the planning commission with its staff present that we don't believe it has jurisdiction. And if it does, granting a continuance would be off the docket. We do not support, we don't think there's any reason this body can vote to continue, because by voting, you're, okay, you get it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'm sure there are no questions. So I'm heading out the door with what the judge wants in her hands.
All right. So Heidi, I guess you're next. You're on mute if you don't mind. As you come off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I am 5400 White Avenue. My mailing address is 6109 Jackson Avenue. I'm not right down the street from the land there. I am actually touching part of the Halo property. The last picture actually that was shown was my property and not theirs. White Avenue right now ends about 300 feet after 56th Street, and it does not go all the way to their property. I kind of want to add on to what Larry was saying. And when I attended the public engagement meeting this last week about the platting, I realized that a lot of my neighbors didn't even know about the project. And we were not invited to the zoning public engagement meeting. So I'm just wanting to know if that was required and why nobody got an invite to that meeting to rezone the property. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I'll let Andrew answer that question if you don't mind.
Yes, that was before my time with development management when this case was with Christopher Huey at the time for the rezoning. And Miss Taylor did reach out to me. I, went over the code and stated that the developer is required to notify all property owners within 300 feet. Our database for property owners is we collect all of our information from Jackson County, Missouri. So they send a letter to the property owner address, not the subject property, not the addresses within 300 feet, just whatever property owner's address is on file for those parcels. I did send documentation I found from the rezoning that Mr. Goldblatt and Paula did attend that rezoning meeting. So some people did receive notice. There is proof of that. And I also mentioned that the rezoning has been approved by the city council. And at this point in time, cannot redact that there was insufficient public engagement at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak?
Mr. Chair, no one else has raised their hand.
Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. So I don't know if the applicant can help answer some of the issues that Mr. Goldblatt brought up, or if that needs to go through Sarah. I'm not sure, but hopefully somebody can help us out here.
I mean, as far as public engagement goes, the code says the mailers have to be sent out 10 days prior to the meeting, and the meeting has to be held minimum 7 days prior to the planning commission. The mailers were sent out. They're sent out via regular mail as per code states. For the zoning, for this latest round for the plat, we sent them out certified. We did get a couple of them back because people had deceased since the list had been updated. They're postmarked June 30th. We had the meeting July 12th. That's 13 days ahead of time. That's about all I can offer. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to act like a lawyer. So if the city attorney wants to chime in on any of the other comments there from Mr. Goldblatt, by all means.
I would just need to rely on Andrew and other planning staff regarding the facts about who received notice. It sounds like we have evidence that at least 2 of the individuals participated. I would also say that, you know, the rezoning has already been approved by council many months ago. So this, in my opinion, would not be the forum to challenge that. I can confirm that a lawsuit has been filed by Ms. Paula Fessenmeyer. It does not, I'm looking at it right now in case that the city has not been served with this lawsuit. No injunction has issued against the city. And in fact, it appears to me the city is not a named party in the lawsuit. It looks like the mayor is the only city official named in the lawsuit. So, you know, we're hearing testimony that somebody is seeking an injunction. At this time, we haven't been served. And at this time, at least CaseNet is not showing that any injunction has issued against anybody. There's a number of private parties that are also named in this lawsuit as well. But regarding, you know, an injunction, there's no injunction has issued as of now.
Okay, so from your standpoint, we can go just move ahead, and because there's nothing really against the city at this point in time.
No, there's certainly nothing from the court ordering the city to do anything or not do anything.
Okay, very good. Any questions from the commission? All right, seeing none, I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item 11 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 11 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 7-0 for approval of the preliminary plat and docket item number 11. So we appreciate you bringing it in, and good luck moving forward. So that brings us to docket item number 12, and Commissioner Hill will be taking over for me on this one because I need to recuse.
Okay.
All right, docket item number 12 is case number CPC 2022-00098. Request to approve an preliminary development plan in District UR, which also acts as a preliminary plat, to allow for the development of a 342-unit multi-unit residential development located between Bannister Road, east on the north side of Bannister Road and south of 93rd Street, east of Hillcrest. Andrew Clark is the staff planner.
Thank you, Joe. All right, before you is docket number 12. This is CD CPC 2022-98. The given address is 6200 East Bannister Road. The project name is The Trails at Bannister. And this is a rezoning to UR. It's a residential development plan and a preliminary plat. And this site is also located in the southeast section of the city, just east of 435. We can see it better here. It is just south of 93rd Street, which is directly south of the former Cerner campus, now Oracle, and north of Bannister Road.
The site is a combination of 5 parcels that will be platted together as one, as you can see here. Here's a view looking north from Bannister. This view is looking northwest from Bannister. You can see the rolling hill, trees, the rural type feeling of this undeveloped land. Here's a view looking southwest. So behind us is Cerner. And here you are looking again southwest to an entrance, roughly where the proposed entrance will be. Here's a view looking east-southeast from East 93rd Street, and you can see Shoemaker Park in this photo. This project will be a total of 342 units in 2 different phases. Here is the overall site plan. It's a total of 18 residential buildings, and then an additional building will serve as the clubhouse, located in the middle of the site, roughly. Here is the landscape plan. The applicant does meet our landscape code, and they did work with staff to also include a BMP in their open space, highlighted here in yellow. The elevations proposed, we have a combination of brick and fiber cement lap siding. And also the important thing that staff appreciated is that all of these units will have either a porch or balcony, which is important for eyes on the street, keeping engagement outside as well, so everyone's not just locked up inside. The applicant did work with staff. Staff was very concerned. As you can see highlighted here, it looks like the letter J, and staff was concerned about vehicles speeding through this large development and the safety of pedestrians, especially children, with this many units. Staff was seeking raised pedestrian elevations and worked with the applicant to get a ton of striping here for pedestrian visibility. And the applicant was not able to give raised pedestrian crossings due to conflicts with the accessible parking in those areas. But staff was trying to pinpoint areas to reduce vehicles from even attempting to speed through here. But the applicant has, or they will provide speed bumps. And this is the preliminary development plan. So they will come through, or they will work with staff on a UR final plan. So we can also look at pedestrian safety even more at that point. And by working with the applicant, that was late last week after the staff report had been completed. Staff is seeking the removal of condition number 7 that asks for raised pedestrian crossings, 2 of them. The applicant is providing speed bumps and striping. So staff is asking the City Planning Commission to remove condition number 7. Staff is also seeking the City Planning Commission to make a change to condition number 8. Originally, so the developer is still working with Jeff Bryan, our traffic engineer at Public Works. Originally, the condition was saying that the traffic impact study needs to be resolved prior to ordinance request. Staff has talked to the city engineer, and the applicant has been working with the city engineer, and we are asking that the condition, or that this condition be resolved prior to final certificate of occupancy. And staff's recommendation is approval with conditions, and that concludes my presentation. And I think Patricia Jensen also has a presentation as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners to city staff?
Yeah, Andrew, if I remember reading through the case, there was issues with regards to tree coverage or tree removal that staff wanted to put in. Is that being resolved with the landscaping plan now or not?
Yes, the applicant did come through, and I don't have it written down, but they're adding, I believe, over an additional 400. Yeah, additional trees, making up for the removal of the existing trees. So they did work with staff on adding more trees.
Okay, and then the question on this traffic study, I'm interested that that has to be resolved before the ordinance. So is that taking place between, if we approve it, to going to city council? Is that what is happening? What's the process there?
I believe Jeff Bryan is on the call. The corrections that he has, we did not determine be detrimental to hold up the ordinance request, that his corrections could be resolved to not hold up the entitlement process, especially with the way the market is right now, and this being affordable housing. We're trying not to hold any of that up.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, I believe you said Patricia Jensen is the applicant, representing the applicant.
That's correct.
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Hill and members of the commission, my name is Patricia Jensen here on behalf of the applicant. And if you all would promote, let me see, I think there's a bunch of our team that is on the list. Let me see. Turner, you've been promoted, I think. But we also have Kelly Madinger, Colin Patterson, Janelle Clayton, Mike Galliard, and Paul Osborne, who are members of our team. If you would promote them so they can answer any questions, that would be helpful. And then Andrew, Kelly can share my presentation if she's been promoted.
Yep, I'm just waiting for her. Yep, she's in the process of being promoted.
Okay. So members of the commission, we're very excited about this. This is going to provide for 342 affordable units for people in Kansas City to have options for great housing. And we're going to go quickly through our presentation because we really don't have any issues. But I'd like to highlight this project to you. So this is, of course, the Trails at Bannister project. It's in an existing UR zoning district, but there's never been a plan approved for this site. So that's what we're asking you to do. Next sheet, Kelly. The next slide shows that we're requesting approval. It's about 24 acres. And then the next slide is about PEDCOR. And I think Turner Lesnick, you're going to give a brief history on PEDCOR.
I would love to. Thank you guys all for joining us today. I appreciate all your time and all your hard work. PEDCOR is not new to Kansas City, but we're new in the last decade or so. We have a couple of existing projects throughout Kansas City, but we wanted to take this opportunity to kind of reintroduce ourselves. We're based here in Indianapolis. We're a very experienced developer. We've been around for 30 plus years and developed coast to coast. Our primary objective is assisting the nation with this affordable housing crisis. And I know the city of Kansas City has done tremendous work in terms of, working towards that same goal. We're not just a developer. We also have an in-house general contractor. We have in-house property management, financing, design. I say that all, we're going to be overseeing the whole process from beginning to end, as well as managing the property for the life of the asset. So we're not going to come in and develop the property and then sell it off. That's not our typical business model. Next slide, please. Again, here's a quick outline of the property. Right along the north side of Bannister Road, south of 93rd Street. You know, we're bordered on the east by the rail, and then there's formerly the Cerner Innovation Campus was just to our north as well. Next slide. And I think that
Kelly, you can just click through those photos. Those are the same photos that Andrew has already shown the commission. So if you would we did our public engagement. We mailed the letters on June 10th. We mailed them to all property owners within the 300 feet requirement. We also mailed one, even though there is no registered neighborhood organization listed on the city's registered neighborhood list for this property. We mailed it to the registered neighborhood across the street. To the south of Bannister, to the south of Bannister to Fairline Homes. And we held the meeting on June 7th at the Blue Ridge branch of the Mid-Continent Public Library. The next slide shows our development details and is a colored rendering of our proposed plan. I think I'll try to anticipate Commissioner Allender's question ahead of time. And Commissioner Allender, our detention basin also includes native grasses, bushes, and trees within the basin to help absorb water and to provide the green type of infrastructure. We also have a native swale along the south edge of the northern large green space to act as a BMP. And then we have more landscaping than is what is required by the city's ordinance.
Ms. Jensen, thank you very much for anticipating my question.
I knew it was gonna be. So it's the end of the day. I'm on it now. The next slide is the slide that Andrew showed you, which is the phase 1 and phase 2 slide that shows the difference of phase 1 and phase 2. And then the next slide is a rendering of what the homes are going to look like. And I think it's important to note, I think Turner would note for you that they are not only having one balcony per unit, but many or all of the units contain 2 balconies per unit. And I'll let Turner talk about that more now because we're going to go into the unit features. Next slide.
Yeah, Patricia, you're 100% correct. Every single unit will have 2 balconies. Every unit goes all the way from the front of the building to the back of the building. So that's a feature that you hardly ever see in market rate apartments. You know, we're not just coming in and trying to offer an option of affordable housing, but we want to build something that not only we're proud of, but the tenants are also going to be proud to live in. These are going to be units that are fully amenitized in the unit. So dishwashers, stoves, microwaves, garbage disposals, full living rooms, freezers, kind of the whole 9 yards that you would see in your typical market rate apartment. Next slide, please. Within that clubhouse that you saw on that first slide, you're going to have things like a furnished community room where we could host tenant activities. We're going to have a business center that's going to have computers. We're going to have a furnished fitness center. And that's not even mentioning the resort style pool that we'll have out back, kind of in that main common space within the middle of the development. Next slide. Again, here just some general renderings. Again, we're trying to build something that's you know, attractive, and it's modern, and it's timeless, and it's going to be something that, you know, driving past it on Bannister or on 93rd, you would look at it and never know that it's, you know, quote unquote affordable housing, but it's providing the solution nonetheless. Next slide, please. Again, you know, we believe that this project aligns perfectly with, you know, the neighboring uses of the property, the Hickman Mills area plan. You know, we've seen just a severe uptick in housing affordability issues or shortages across the country. And so we think this is a perfect opportunity to come in and take some of that pressure off. Got a lot of available jobs here. And we're providing enough parking and open space and amenities that we think it's going to be a strong, sufficient community. In terms of, who we expect to live here, again, we've got a large portfolio of properties that we've managed. So through our tenants, we generally know, who typically lives here. And so that's going to be office administration, delivery drivers, pharmacy techs. You guys can kind of see the list here. Next slide. We also love to have, teachers, veterans, fire department, police department, paramedics, everyone that's helping support the neighborhood living here as well. Next slide, please.
Yeah, with that, we're very excited about this project. We've been working a long time on it. We would respectfully request that you recommend approval of this UR development plan and preliminary plat with the deletion of staff condition number 7, as Andrew highlighted, and adding on to number 8 prior to final C of O. We met last week, or the team met last week with Jeff Bryan on traffic. We've identified the solution. We don't anticipate a lot of issues, so that can easily get solved with prior to the final C of O. And with that, we're available for questions. Kelly, you can stop presenting at this point so we can see them.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen and team. Commissioners, are there any questions to the applicant?
It seems like a great project. I just wanted to hear if you could talk about what you mean by affordable. Are you using LIHTC or just kind of quantify some of the rents?
Yeah, Turner can highlight for you. It is a LIHTC project.
Yeah, it's 100% LIHTC. 100% of the units will be rented at or below 60% of the AMI. And so we're hoping to provide as many units as possible.
Well, I've worked in LIHTC projects as an architect before. I'm really impressed with the level of quality you've provided here. So yeah, I'm really happy. I'm also happy about the density. I think it's 14 units, which allows ample opportunity for bus transit and a lot of other opportunities for affordability for those residents. So love that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, hearing none, we'll open it up for public testimony. If you would like to provide comments on docket item number 12, please raise your hand and staff will promote you.
Madam Chair, no one has raised their hand.
Fantastic. Well, for this to be, I think, the last case, we'll close public testimony. And we'll just open it back up to commissioners. If there's nothing else left to discuss, we can, I'll take a motion.
I'd just like to say I agree with Commissioner Sadowski. It looks like a great project to me and really impressed with the quality for affordable housing. So that's great.
My question is, how soon are you starting?
As soon as we get the LIHTC award. So I think our application has to be made by September, if I recall right.
Oh, gracious, gracious. Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion that item number 12 be moved for approval as stated with conditions, with removal of condition number 7.
And the revision to number 8 to add prior to final C of O. I think that's what Andrew highlighted.
And revision to number 8 to add CFO. Is that what I just said? CFO.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved in second. Lisa, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
All right, the motion carries. It's been unanimously approved. It's a great project. Super excited to see you all bring this to the Hickman Mills area. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Back to you, Kobe.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hill. Okay, so that concludes our cases for the day. I think there's a couple of things probably need to talk about before we end our meeting. Let me get my notes out here. You probably heard me say earlier that we are looking to be in person, a hybrid meeting starting August 2nd. I think Joe and his team has already started to advertise that, hopefully. But yeah, we will be in person that day, and my preference is to have the commissioners there in person, because I think meetings will be a little bit more efficient and we can get a lot of things done quicker. So I'd like you to be there if possible. So I hope, Joe, are you available?
Yeah, I'm here.
So over the next week or two, can you and your team send out reminders about parking, access to City Hall, what we need to be aware of, where we need to go, those kind of things, to make sure that we're ready and it's a seamless process to get to City Hall?
Yes, we can. And I cannot recall, Mr. Chair, when we last tried to do this, whether it was with this commission or the prior group of people, and whether you all have city IDs to get into the building. Past security.
We started at this one. Yeah.
Okay. So that's one thing that we'll need to try to get you guys. It doesn't prevent, it will likely take longer than between now and August 2nd to get through all that. However, you can still come in the main entrance off of 11th Street. You'll just have to go through security, at least that first meeting. And then hopefully by the second meeting rolls around, everyone will have their IDs to get in. Having said that, I will say that the IDs, they just implemented new security, and even for staff, we have to go through security now. We have to, which is fine. It's not a complaint, but there's no distinction anymore between whether you're a member of the public or a staff person or a board member. You all have to go through the detectors and stuff like that. So we'll look into that and see if you still need that and need a city ID, but I think it will take longer than a couple of weeks for everyone to get it. As for parking, you will be able to park in the garage across the street, and the city manager's office will allow you to park there for free. So we're in the process of arranging that. And then of course we do provide the technology tablets for you guys to use during the hearing at City Hall. But we'll continue to refine that, and we'll send out a follow-up email, Mr. Chair, with all those details ironed out.
Okay, that'd be great. Any questions on that, Commission? I'm sure we'll learn more here over the next week or two. And just a reminder, and Commissioner Sadowski will both be gone the second meeting in August. So just letting you know.
I'll be gone August 2nd.
Cancel that meeting.
Yeah, you gotta be there.
Sound like I hear cancel that meeting. That's what I hear.
I can't. Yeah.
I won't be at the August 2nd meeting.
Okay, because that's election day, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. Will you be at the September whatever meeting? September 6th?
As far as I know.
Okay. Well, you need to be.
Oh.
Yeah. Because there's a docket item today. There's only 4 of us that were a part of the quorum, and they wanted to postpone it to the 16th, and we needed to postpone it to the 6th of September. And you're Allender, Beasley, Rowell, and Sadowski are the 4 members to be on that case.
Okay.
Okay. Joe, I think a comment from before is docket item 10 we had today, and that was the special use permit. With it only being a 2,000 square foot addition, we kind of talked about maybe some text amendment to address something of that nature.
Yeah, I think one thing that we may do in the next few months is come forward to the commission with some ideas of potential text amendments that would be policy related, in the sense that like special use permits are a major amendment if they're increasing the building floor area by more than 10%, or 2,000 square feet, whichever is less. So with a lot of established uses, especially those large in scale or a large building, a 2,000 square foot addition is common, and that's why we see so many special use permits on our agenda in part. So that's just one thought we have. But I think what we will do is try to come to you sometime this fall with a package of some thoughts and ideas of what could be done, and in part, to make the process a little smoother and more predictable, but also to be aware and conscious of everyone's time in these meetings, both the public and the applicant, but also yours. So anything that can be done maybe to shorten the agenda length a little bit is something that we're thinking about.
Okay. Yeah, so think about that. There's something else I had, but it's kind of slipped my mind.
I think it was August. I know I'm gonna be out of town. I think it was an August like 24th meeting versus the 30th. I just wanted to, if you guys selected the 30th, I can't remember. I saw it in our emails.
You're a little hard to hear, but I think you're referencing the special session that we want to have for the comprehensive plan discussion. And the two dates that we've offered to the commission are August 23rd and 30th. However, we haven't heard from all the commissioners yet, number one. And number two, since we know that I think there's some of you are available on one day and not the other, so we end up with only a group of 5 at the most on either day. I'm working now with long range planners to see if we can push that to sometime in September, if you guys have more availability then. I just don't know yet what would work for their schedule. So let me reach back out to them and look for another email from me inquiring about dates for that special session.
So
It doesn't have to be on a Tuesday though, does it?
Sorry?
Does it have to be on a Tuesday? Could it be a different day?
No, it does not have to be on a Tuesday. And in some ways that's better for us because we have BZA meetings on Tuesdays also. Yeah. So if the commission's okay with another day, then we can do that too.
Okay.
Is there a summary of the plan in place or a draft out there that we can have a look at prior to the call?
Yeah, I think what I'll do is once we get the date firmed up, and we have to advertise this so the public is aware, and it will have to be a public meeting, of course. So we will have to do it, at least 3 weeks in advance to finalize the date. So once we firm that up and we get that advertised, I will have Kyle and his staff prepare some materials to send to you guys in advance, and we'll also post it online. I'm sure they'll post it on their website in advance as well, but we'll also provide it to you.
Good, thank you.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Anybody got anything? Okay. Thank you for your hard work and your time today. We will see you August 2nd.
Have a good one.
All right.